time. Oh, you're really cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We have so many competing sounds. I can't believe it. Badger, good morning. Good morning, Diana. I know. I just checked his live feed and I didn't see anything, so I must have missed it. Hi, Badger. More peppers. Tamar Hallerman is there in person, and her Twitter has beats. Oh, okay. Tamar Hallerman. Okay. We will look her up. Good morning, Badger. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wait. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. You sent it to me in Signal. Oh, I'm just gonna put this here, gal, but I can put it in again when you're ready. So new, what is basically Harrison Floyd has a bunch of messy subpoenas. Oh my god! I'm gonna tell you right now. Did mayo jars cross and which mayo jar? I think the mayo jar's cross did end, and it was not. I don't think it painted him in the best light. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Ah! Okay. Let's see. Flipper, flipper, doo 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 doo. King of the sea. He was drunk. Oh God, that's right. He was super drunk. Not sure I following your Twitter. Yeah, Kathy, do you have? Here we go. There's Kathy. At one inquiry. I am at one inquiry. Oh, you did. Hold on, I'm going to airdrop it right onto the top of my computer. I'll rise. Oh, I'm so horrible timing. What the frick? Oh, okay. As a skunk, he was so drunk. Hi, Scott. Welcome. It's so true. Mayo jar was crucified on the cross of reality with a dose of sobriety. Oh, here we go. No mic. Whisper judge in the house.
Yes, Your Honor, we are. I understand a lot of the conversations. There's some evidentiary issues to discuss. I don't know if we want to discuss them now or wait until a little bit later today.
All right.
Your Honor, petition is about one issue related to Mr. Delphin. Just logistically, if I may, for a moment. Sure. I didn't want to interrupt the direct testimony with extensive objections to Mr. Delahunty, but we do have objections to both his qualifications and his methodology under Rule 702. And we also object to much of his testimony as purely legal opinion rather than history or other helpful expertise. And we were wondering if we could just get
Look at this
a standing
guy. This
objection
guy's like,
on those questions during direct examination, and then renew those objections and request a ruling after that portion of cross-examination.
Oh my God. Yeah, Diana's amazing. Okay, here we go. We're gonna make a record. Here we go.
It's my intention to Professor Delahunty testify.
Understood. I didn't want to disrupt the proceedings with repeated objections, but I also want to make sure that we've preserved it.
Yeah, so consider it preserved. And you're welcome to renew motion, 702 motion at the end of the proceedings today, but in all likelihood, I will just address that in conjunction with my final ruling.
Understood, Your Honor. And if I may, for petitioners today, Jason Murray, Eric Olson, Martha Tierney, Mikkel Suss, Mario Nicholas, and Sean Grimsley.
Okay. And why don't we start with an entry of appearance from the Colorado Republican Party? We'll let.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shane Raskin on behalf of the Republican State Central Committee. With me are Michael Melito, Nathan Molker, Hopkins Miller.
Dempsey.
Why don't we take care of the
Morning, Dempsey.
respondents, and then you can introduce people until they know what the other issues we need to deal with.
Oh no.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Kudlarczyk from the
That's
Attorney General's Office on
the
behalf of the
saddest
respondent,
news
Jenna
I've
Griswold,
ever heard.
Secretary of State in her official capacity. With me at council table is Jennifer Sullivan from the Attorney General's Office and Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Beal.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, you have to hold your nest with the vodka.
Good morning, Your Honor. Staff guest on the help.
Yeah, he is not helpful at all in this.
I don't know if this copy Jake has been finished.
It has been.
It has been.
I don't know.
I don't expect.
Maybe he's pooping.
Mr. Jeff Blue as well, Mr. Jacob Roth, and Mr. Justin.
And you had an evidentiary issue you wanted to address?
I don't know if you want to address it now, but later I will defer to Mr. Blue. These have those conversations.
I don't want to address it now. I don't feel like it, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think it's best to just go ahead and just press it on.
Oh, yeah. And coffee. That sounds like fun. Achoo.
Okay, we need to take a
Oh my goodness.
pause. The court order deals with some technical issues. I know, Mr. Kessler, that you could appreciate technical issues.
I can truly empathize.
You know that I should blame Mr. Kessler for that, Mr. Blair?
Oh
You
my
know that I
goodness.
should blame Mr. Kessler for the technical issues?
I try to take responsibility for myself. Let me associate. Yeah.
Okay, let's get on with it. Come on now. Smell that Trump's best baby.
Your Honor, while we're doing
I
this,
know,
I think you had mentioned that the
sick.
Denver
I'm
guest
sick.
Wi-Fi was not a good Wi-Fi for us.
I've been
Is
fighting
there
it, but
another
I'm sick.
network we can use?
No,
Okay.
I just meant that
Oh,
if
nice.
you bring your own, it usually works better than the guest Wi-Fi.
Oh, and the John Eastman trial, it was going on after we stopped yesterday. Holy shit, you guys. That trial is fucking lit. Lit. It was the best testimony. There was an expert that was debunking everything in the reports that Eastman was relying upon, and he just did it beautifully. Das Smell-O-Vision. A cup of Joe. Even now, as he faces potential disbarment, Eastman is representing Colorado's. No, he's not. Is that true? Are you kidding? Oh my God. Oh, yes, Kathy, the stats breakdown was so satisfying. Oh my God. And he just did it so calmly and so rationally. And Eastman sat there And you could tell that his butt cheeks were actually clenching, and it was just so the most delicious afternoon. It was the best way to end that day. I loved it. Data isn't data. I mean, he was brilliant. He just went through piece by piece all these supposed experts, which none of them have been proven or willed out to be experts because they just, oh my God, the arguments are so weak when the sunlight is shown on them. That's why this is such an amazing case. These cases, actually, quite frankly, the Eastman more so because it really gets into the fraud.
Take a little longer than the court
But,
would
wow.
rather than having everybody sit in silence, staring at her, putting more pressure on her. I'm gonna go off the record and we'll come back when she's got it taken care of.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the tweets that Gal shared. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's do that, and we'll keep that low. And then let me go and get those tweets. Tweety, tweet, tweets. Tweety, tweet, tweety, tweets.
Not like mine.
Sorry.
I also think.
Whoa.
So from now on,
Where's my other window? Oh, there it is.
not even just review.
Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, here we go. Hello from Fulton Judge Scott McAfee's courtroom, where former Black Voices for Trump head Harrison Floyd is pushing to uphold subpoenas he sent to 3 state and local agencies. Floyd's legal strategy is unique. He plans to present evidence that Trump actually won Georgia. I love it. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait.
And then if you move around.
Bring it, bitch. Or that there was enough evidence on January 4th, 2021, when Floyd harassed Fulton poll worker Ridley Freeman, that his beliefs were not unreasonable, hence no malintent. You're going down, bitch. Floyd's team has subpoenaed mountains of evidence from the Secretary of State's office, Fulton Clerk, and Board of Elections. They say that they will prove that tens of thousands of votes should have been excluded. Oh my God. From Fulton's vote tally due to pervasive and systematic failures. Hey, Harrison, why don't you fucking turn on the Zoom link for the fucking CalBar and then see what your fucking data says, then you fuckwad. Fuck. Ugh. Go to prison, you stupid shit. The agencies want to quash the subpoenas. In court filings, they've called Floyd's request vague, unreasonable, and, per the Secretary of State's office, a fishing expedition. All of this will play out on the 3rd anniversary of the November 2020 elections. Yay! Hearing is being streamed here.
Kind of complaints and
Here we go.
that sort of thing. So if someone filed an open record request wanting all 200 of those, what would be the office's response?
That we would respond to that request in due course, cognizant of things like investigatory privilege, which I realize other agencies may not assert, but that it's generally our practice to take the position that something that's still an open investigation, even if it's quite far down the road, is not something that we should produce. So the practical effect would be, it would certainly consider that, but much of that would actually probably not be produced.
Under the claim of privilege?
Yes, sir. Because it's an open investigation, even if it's been referred, if it hasn't been adjudicated and determined, we would still take the position historically that those are open.
But as of today, you haven't gone through and say just kind of preliminarily looked at the 200 one by one and said, this one's still pending, this one isn't, this one, and determined whether you think a privilege applies?
We have not done that kind of case by case privilege analysis. No, sir. I don't
Okay.
think I'm looking to Ms. McGowan, but I don't believe we have.
And I know you say that it would take months to do this sort of thing. Have you just back of the napkin kind of preliminarily thought that if you could, if they gave you a blank check and you could fill it in for whatever it would cost, have you any idea what that would look like?
Candidly, sir, I don't. It would be a lot, especially in the balancing of the relevance of these materials to the matters for which Mr. Floyd is indicted. We understand that his theory of trial the defense theory of trial is going to be to essentially litigate the 2020 election, but that defense theory doesn't overcome the burden to the office, especially when what the office has is going to be a very limited relevance to what he is actually defending.
So the two roads to go down there are, one, I would think, can there be a distinction at this phase about what might come in at trial? We would have to do a whole motion in limine and relevance analysis and 403 and that sort of thing when we get to the trial point. But right now we're in that pretrial phase where he might be looking for things that lead to other evidence that may be or may not be admissible. And so I wonder if just simply saying at this phase, well, it's probably not going to be relevant, is going to defeat this, because sometimes there's a chain, a thread you have to pull on.
There is a thread, and again, it goes back to that balance. We're certainly correct that
Mr. Robert Della.
discovery, obviously, generally is broader than potential actual trial. Admissibility, absolutely.
So that's what I'm focusing on. So
that's not it.
I get that the actual substantive counts, like 30 and 31, where it's talking about the actions alleged against Ms. Freeman, the intent at the time, or the actions that might not play directly into what's being asked here. But count one under RICO is charging a criminal enterprise, the objective of which is to overturn the election. And if that is the scope, how is the election not relevant?
The election is obviously relevant for trial. It is driving the subpoena request, but I would not agree that the scope of the indictment drives the scope of the subpoena response. In other words, if that were true, certainly then in any RICO case, there would be not a lot of limits to the discovery, whether by subpoena or through a party that an actual party that one could get. And in that regard, because
They'll probably just be doing establishing
the Secretary of
testimony
State's
anyway.
office
Like,
is
who are you?
not
What are you? Who cares?
the district attorney's office, where perhaps the district attorney's office might be discovery-wise hoist on its own petard, given its theories. That's not us.
I love the petard
straight
saying.
old-fashioned subpoena response, burden,
one of my
relevance
favorites.
inquiry.
So, and I guess that's where relevance is a
Hoist
pretty
the petard.
low standard to clear. And so assuming they've cleared that, I'm wondering what scenario or what we could come up with to say that it could lessen the burden on you. Is there any amount of money that would lessen the burden? If they offer to give you enough money to hire the team that you may have always wanted to do this work for you, is that going to say that it's not a burden?
Yeah, Your Honor, in my experience, there's always some amount of money that will relieve burdens. But I think that, again, that we'll, fulfill whatever instructions the court gives. But I think, two things. Again, the relevance here, if the purpose is state of mind, his intent, the documents we would produce, which he didn't know about, he didn't possess, are not going to have any effect on the determination of his intent at the time he allegedly undertook the acts that are in the indictment. So our take is, at the end of the day, there's actually no relevance to this if, in fact, it's going to it's going to intent. And if that's the balancing, then the balance goes way, way in our favor. On that note, though, I think that if Mr. Floyd has specific cases like he did before, case numbers, case people, I mean, we'll go look for them. That's a different matter, but that's a dramatic narrowing of what we have this morning.
Well, what if instead of say specific cases, like obviously, you know, he knew the case number, I think, to the number of State Farm, but let's say out there and circulating at around the time of these alleged actions.
Is it blurry?
They knew
I
there
don't
were
know.
issues with.
Check your settings.
I don't know, the taping of the sealing of the envelopes.
Do your
and so instead of
on your
saying
YouTube,
a specific case number, he just
sometimes
asked you
it
for all
defaults to the low.
investigations concerning sealing of envelopes, because that was a relevant issue out there at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be, that's going to be more relevant and somewhat more narrowed, but it's still probably going to require you to go through all 200 of these things.
I think the court puts its finger on kind of the essential problem is
you can
that
change the
you
resolution.
still have to go through a lot of it, but I think that would be an example, Yana, going back to the intent argument that if the defendant is not aware of something at the moment he allegedly did the thing, then finding out about it later, absent extraordinary circumstances, is not going to affect the jury determination of his intent. And that an intent, state of mind, is the sort of the gravamen, the thrust of
gravamen. This is a great day.
their papers. We need this because it's going to help us prove that Donald Trump won Georgia. If Donald Trump won Georgia, our
Does that
criminal
make his crime?
intent
Yeah.
goes away. I believe they said instantly goes away. I with all respect, I don't think that's the case. That's not the way intent in a criminal case is adjudicated.
Okay, well, let's bounce it over.
Thank you.
Is it Mr. Kaczmarov?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I think the strongest point here I'm trying to work through is if, let's say there's some smoking gun locked away in a vault in the Secretary of State's office that Mr. Floyd had no idea it ever existed during the entire time frame of this alleged enterprise. How's that relevant?
It's relevant because of two reasons. First, I understand my colleague about counts 30 and 31. At the time, if he believed that Trump won, and the state's saying, no, Trump lost. But if at the time he believed that Trump won, and it turns out that we find evidence that Trump won, he may have been justified in what he did. But that's a tenuous argument. I focused on count 1 for the concept of relevance because in that count, we have, as I pointed out in my papers, numerous references to the election being lost by Donald Trump. In fact, in the introduction, the state says that not only did Trump lose Georgia, but he and the other defendants charged refused to accept that Trump lost. Well, what happens if we show that Trump won? And there's 3 things that could happen. Number 1,
I'm sorry.
if Trump won, there are no false statements. The indictment goes away. Number 2, if we don't know who won, the state can't prove false statements. They go away. But if after looking at the evidence that we have here, and we determine that indeed Trump lost, it sets up the defense for a mistake of fact.
Oh,
The point about intent at the time, I understand that. That's not the only thing here. All of the acts of all the other co-conspirators are imputed to Mr. Floyd as a result of count 1.
You didn't need to do that.
That's a problem. That's broad. It's wide. And I want to point out.
So just to be clear, you're saying if there hadn't been a RICO count here and it was just charged with counts 30 and 31, the actions towards Ms. Freeman, these subpoenas don't have a lot of relevance.
No. I mean, they're not, they have a little bit of relevance,
okay.
but I mean, I wouldn't be looking for the exact same things. And I want to just point 2 things out. Maybe I can clear up some of the burden here. Since we sent these subpoenas out, I don't need 1 and 2 from the secretary. I think
they said they already turned that over, right?
Well, they turned over a redacted copy that you can get off the internet. I want it unredacted.
Okay.
And by the way, we're willing to enter into a protective order for all of this,
Thank you so much.
just like we did with the GBI.
If y'all click on the.
The only thing I need from 1 and 2 is I need the name and the contact information of the person
Oh, wait.
who put up the false statement about Ruby Freeman, pretending to be Ruby Freeman and making a false statement on social media as though it were her. That goes to Mr. Floyd's mental intent at the time
Nice. Thank you.
of the alleged conduct in counts 30 and 31. So that's the only thing I would need from 1 and 2, and I can't make it any more narrow than that.
Hey, Joe, do you want your camera on or
You
off?
guys give me a little
Because
background.
if you turn your camera
So there's
off,
this
because right now your
Instagram
camera's on
post
and you're
floating
adorable.
on the internet, and it looks like Miss
But I
Ruby
don't
wrote
want to
it,
add you unless you want your camera
confessing
on.
to saving the election and getting rid of Donald Trump.
He's just not, you're not paying attention to me.
And according to the report, their investigation, they were able to track down someone who admitted to having posted that.
Correct, and they said it was an error. So I have a right to know who that is.
They said it was an error.
Oh, I guess it
Meaning they-
does.
Not that they accidentally wrote something and posted, but they
Just like American
meant it as a joke.
Express.
got it.
They yelled fire in
This
a
is
crowded theater.
hilariously
So.
stupid. Wait, Joe, hold on. I'm gonna get Cal.
The second thing is I didn't ask for all 296 complaints. I asked for those that are relevant specifically to the
Now, there's
election.
the link.
I think they're including in that, according to the response, not only the election, but the
Joe,
primaries
your
as well.
camera's on.
So
You're
I don't
adorable.
need the primaries. We just want the November 3rd election complaints.
Oopsie.
Again, we're willing to enter into
Can
a
you hear me,
protective
Joe?
order. We're officers of the court. We're subject to this court and your oversight.
Joe, can you hear me?
And the last thing I want to stress,
I don't
Judge,
think Joe can hear me.
I can't help that Jack Smith doesn't want these things. I can't help that other
Joe, can you hear
attorneys
me?
haven't thought to ask for these things.
Joe, can you
I know
hear
there's
me?
litigation
Joe,
going on
can you
right
hear
now with the
me?
Secretary of State with Fulton County, where they've refused
I
to
want
turn
to
this stuff
check out
over
the
in
stuff
civil.
on the shelves behind you,
got all
Joe.
that. I don't care about that. Those aren't my cases. What is my case is
Go ahead, Joe.
Harrison
Nine
Floyd
different
is looking at
conversations happening right
33 years.
Well, there is.
That's his liberty
There's
interest.
me. There's you.
Courts take liberty interest very serious.
Turn
So
your volume
that
down.
liberty interest
Turn the
overcomes any burden the
stream
state has
volume
to be
off.
set back by a
Mute
month
the
or 2
stream
or 3.
and just be
And
in
like I said, we're trying to be
StreamYard.
as reasonable and as flexible as we can.
The sound
Because I
will come
realize
through
it's
StreamYard.
the scope of it,
Does that make sense?
but we've already offered to pay, and we offer the protective order. So with that, if you have any more questions about,
Yeah. Basically, if you go to
Let me
the
bounce back to
YouTube
Mr. Sharman.
stream
Um,
screen and mute that, you'll hear
regardless
just one.
of which, of how we're able to narrow it, but whenever whether it's a total quashing or it's narrowed or anything like that,
Yeah, I wanna see
is
the volume
in your view, is either party going to have the right to
There you
a
go.
appeal outside of an interlocutory? Do you know offhand?
I don't, from the court's disposition.
Sure.
I don't, Your Honor. My instinct is that it would have to be an interlocutory matter, I think.
Okay, well, that's a side note. But let me go back to the first productions in the subpoena 1 and 2 about this Instagram post. That was redacted. Was it under, offhand the provision? Why it would have been
okay.
redacted?
I believe, if I understood counsel correctly, that the redaction related to the result of an FBI investigation that is constituted, that creates FBI material. So it's not in that sense
We'll get it
ours, and we would have to get the blessing of the FBI to release that.
But you've got a copy of it now. And was there some kind of sharing agreement entered into between you and the FBI for them to give that to you?
I believe, it was given, and again, forgive me, I'm looking at Ms. McGowan, but I believe it was provided on the assumption that they retain ultimate disposition of it because it's their stuff, and it would I think put the office in a difficult position if at a minimum we did not get their okay to give it away. Obviously, the
didn't
court can
Harrison
order us
Floyd
to do
also
what the court wishes,
attack
but that
one of
would
the
be our
FBI
kind of
agents?
normal course.
But right now, we're not sure exactly if that's why the
All
specific
right, we're
portion
gonna
was
try
redacted.
again with
We are.
Joe.
Okay.
We have that information on the FBI. The document that supports it is very clearly labeled that it is FBI material. That's not to be disseminated without their permission.
Okay.
There you
And
are.
just for the court reporter, could we have your name for the
Oh,
record?
sorry, we're
Oh,
covering
sorry, I'm
your
Charlene
face.
McGowan. I'm Charlene McGowan with the Secretary of State's office.
Okay. And then any thoughts in response to the idea that the over 200 investigations / reports you'd referred to, it might actually be lesser than that since they've narrowed it just to the general election.
It could be, Your Honor, but I think it would still be a substantial portion. I mean, this would be a significant project. I mean, I'm informed this would be a 5 to 6 month kind of effort.
Oh, it's no,
Okay.
Badger. This is
Well,
we took
I
a
feel at
left
this
turn and
point,
went to Atlanta.
we've kind of honed in more on some of the core issues, and I don't think I've got the full
It's working now?
text that I would
Yes,
need
it's
to
working.
make
Hi.
Can you hear-
balancing
Hi.
text and a
Hi,
decision.
everybody.
Oh, good
I
to
would
see
need
you.
more from the Secretary of
Yeah.
State's office
Nice to be seen.
before
Oh.
we can
Eastman.
really
Oh,
decide exactly what is the harm here, whether it's oppressive, whether it's an undue
Can't
burden,
wait.
and
Can't wait for
obviously
all the
take another look
tears.
at exactly how it plays into count one. So
How does it look?
I would
It looks beautiful. Like
Really?
I
Love all the hats.
sure.
That's
Just a little-
awesome.
Good,
Hi.
good.
Wait.
I'm starting something different, so I'm glad you can see it all right.
issues. Specifically,
I really
would like
love
to
it. It's a
see,
great background.
Sweet.
a more accurate estimate of. All right, knowing now what he'd followed up and requested in his
Is this
October.
better than OBS?
Is this better
How
than
many
what?
reports we're talking
OBS?
about?
Oh,
How many
I
people
wouldn't
it would
say
take
so.
to review
No,
those and look for
no.
privilege
OBS
issues?
is far more flexible.
The problem I have is I can't get the
Whether you
fan
think
noise on my
protective
computer.
order would cover the
Oh.
privilege issue,
Terrible.
meaning you wouldn't have to be doing
Yeah,
the
you have
redactions
to-
or
Because
privilege
you're on Stream
review.
Yard, you have
Maybe,
to
maybe not. I don't,
um,
again, you're going to know what's
mute-
privileged
because
and
it
how it's
opens a
privileged
new
and whether
window,
protective
right?
order
So
would-
you've got
would
the stream open in
cover
one
that.
YouTube screen,
and
and then
basically,
you've got
again, just
StreamYard.
if you were going to bill them for it,
Mute the
how much it would
YouTube
cost and how long
portion.
it would take.
I just turned it off.
I think
Oh,
we need to know
all
that
right.
before we can really know whether this is oppressive or unreasonable.
And then you should be
Yes,
able to see
We can
chat.
do that.
How long do you think that would take you to come up with?
To do that
Hi, Bill.
submission
Yeah.
Whose hearing is
a
this?
week.
Okay.
Well, this is
I
Harrison
know,
Floyd's
think
trying to
Clerk's
enforce his
office may be
subpoenas
closed on
for all this
Friday next week
bullshit
because
data
of
because
Veterans
he's going
Day.
to prove
Do you think we could do it by
that,
close of business on the 9th?
Trump
yes, sir.
won.
Okay. Well, let's do that. And if we need to schedule another hearing, we can, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking based on that submission
Can't wait
alone,
to
I'll
see
be
his
able
data. Can't
to
wait.
do the analysis.
And would the court want that just filed in like a normal submission?
I think we ought to do it that way, yes. Okay,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, look
And
at that
in the-
baby.
So in the meantime, I guess the
Oh,
There's Arlo.
it just remains pending in its current form until
There's
we
Arlo.
are able to issue order
Arlo,
on its
what a
viability.
love. Good morning, Arlo.
So if there's anything else
Official
on this
puppy.
one, I guess, Mr. Sharman, you're free to
Okay.
take off if you want to, but
Great.
then we'll just move on to the next one.
Oh God, the next one. How
Thank
many
you.
subpoenas do
Okay,
we
thank you,
have?
sir.
Because we're missing Delahunty right now.
Was there anything else you want to have on the record, Mr. Kucherov?
Okay,
Yes, I
are we done?
presume we're going to be able to respond to the brief if we deem it necessary.
Sure,
Okay, thank you.
sure. Could you, how long would you need to respond?
I might have a week.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that then
Okay.
for the 16th.
Okay, great.
All
All
right.
right, great. Okay, are we done? Because I got to go back to the other thing. Come on now. Are we done? Are we good? Court adjourned? Don't play with my emotions. Okay? No? We're not done? Oh geez. Okay, hold on. Let's just see what's going on over here. Ah!
Which normally tends to be excluded by courts, and we understand that it's here to help you.
Yeah, it's
and we
also
understand also
there's
that
all
you
so
know
much
that
happening right
we
now.
recognize that there are a number of other
Okay, we're gonna silence
published
you for a minute.
professors in the field that you will look to as well. So
Whisper court. You are killing me, Judge.
I still cannot believe Cash Patel went on the stand.
I can't either.
Okay, I have the chat up too. I think I just figured it out, but we'll see.
Lolo's getting punchy. Getting.
and I think you will hear from Professor Delahunty the
Ciao,
interpretation
Bella.
of original
Good
documents
night, TP.
as well. Okay.
So why don't we just defer? I think it would be helpful for the court if you could explore further with us, and exactly what we're keeping out with the 14th Amendment and if any of that focused on this.
Okay. Professor Delahunty, you said you taught law school for, I believe, 16 years at St. Thomas, and that a substantial focus of your teachings was on the 14th Amendment. Could you provide some more detail on that?
Oh, I've seen that guy before.
Of course, consisted of study of the 14th Amendment. I think, quite unusual.
I'm so sick of guys like him telling me what things are.
Seriously. I recognize him. Look at mine.
Let's say 40% of the course. And I focused on the 14th Amendment because I didn't agree with the view that it was the second founding constitution. And it was also the focus of a lot of contemporary discussion and deliberation, and I wanted to make sure my students were quite well aware of what meant, what the sergeants were.
This is John Yu's partner. Jesus.
Claremont.
Yes. Yes. It's the small Lebowski. The lesser Lebowski.
This is the one that wrote the American Mind article, right?
Yes. Yes. Oh my God.
Which American Mind article?
The one with John Yu, YOO, the guy who's been thoroughly debunked multiple times in the Eastman hearing.
Oh, the war criminal. Okay.
Yes.
Why did you focus? Well, what is the Red Stock case, and why did you focus on that?
Yeah, this is he wrote the article with you in October, and then Eastman says after he read that article, he started planning and prepping for the January 4th meeting they had at the White House.
Ooh.
But no notes were taken in that meeting.
Yeah, but that's also kind of bullshit because, you know what? We should check and see if his name's on the 79 days list. I bet it might be.
So it helped to explicate the meaning.
Well, we call him Mumbles.
I told the Slaughterhouse case every year. And so.
Does he have a fake accent? I'm trying to figure it out.
I was thinking the same thing.
Is he a Gorka?
Did you also, as part of your course, introduce or teach your students how to view and interpret and analyze historical documents?
79 days to stop the steal and put America first.
But this was not a course in legal history. It was a course in constitutional laws. It was a course in historical scholarship generally, or even legal historical scholarship. It was a course largely dedicated to extricating.
Man, I can't fucking hear this guy.
Did you introduce some elements of?
Hey, yo, microphone. Lean over, boy. It's right there.
Did you?
I can't understand you.
I don't see him on the 79 days report.
Okay. In preparing your
He is
course,
or he isn't?
No, I don't see him
engage
listed.
in historical scholarship.
Look for him in Economic War Room.
Formation
See if he was on with Kevin Freeman.
Oh, Kevin Freeman. Uh-huh.
Okay.
I did not, that I recall, drill into the ratification framework.
We called him Mumbles.
All right.
You know what's interesting is nothing he's
what's that?
saying is actually true.
First year law students.
So.
Go into. I mean, I discussed the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
I recognize him.
And should you not? Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would renew my proffer. Does that answer
No.
your questions?
Your Honor, we would continue to interject, teaching a first-year law school course does not mean that you made contributions to scholarly literature.
I mean, Your Honor, really, a monkey could teach first year.
Your Honor, if I may, we're going to go through his resume at length this morning, so this may be a while.
Oh, no.
This may be a long morning.
Oh no.
No, you suck. You just pissed off everybody in watching and everybody there. You're dick.
One
Don't
of your
say
Like
that.
telling everybody to prepare for the pain.
He looks like he's going to get
What a
sick.
terrible attorney. This guy's a terrible attorney.
Is it
It was
Gessler?
Cardozo Law School online publication in 2016.
Yes.
Okay.
Cardozo.
Can you tell us about your work on that particular case? Or that particular article, I'm sorry.
We don't fucking care how he wrote an article. Come on. I typed the words that I was thinking in my head and I put them in I mean, what is there to say?
And when it gets to it, he's going to be, well, that was really John Yoo. He really came up with that. Yeah, no, not me. I didn't do it. Fecal matter? What?
Freedom to decide who to vote for.
I am going to recommend people listen to this with earphones. I know, but it will help.
The King of England was an elector for the Emperor of the Ottoman Empire, and great recess of this King of England before the American Revolution.
Aw, thanks, Scott. Hopefully I don't start crying soon. That happens too
and as
sometimes.
such,
What's all that background? Oh, that's Arlo! I love his commentary. I'm like, is there
I just got all this set up and figured out, and now he has to go outside.
Oh.
You want to go outside, buddy? Let's go.
Oh, the baby. All right.
We'll just look at the hat.
Okay.
Look at the hats.
Come on, buddy.
Ooh, you have an expose.
You can, hey, Joe, mute it before you go, just in case.
Perfect.
Which was based on original materials, was rejected by the U.S. Supreme Court in the Jaffa case, which upheld.
Did you say Jaffa?
I didn't hear.
The pledges electors made to vote in a certain way.
I'm going to just translate. I feel like all he's saying is, I have many leather-bound books, and I like to sit in my study and read about things that you couldn't possibly comprehend.
You also
with a pipe,
wrote an
but
article
no tobacco in it
who
because my
counts the
wife
12th
says
Amendment and the Vice President and the Electoral
I
College.
don't answer questions of women, so you better have a male attorney present.
What that was about and use, if any, of historical documents and scholarship.
Well, speaking of women, I think the young lady needs to go one more button.
Yeah, honey, just button it up, sweet.
One
It's not OnlyFans today.
It's not OnlyFans. Tactical vest.
The role the Vice President had played in the election.
Is.
When John Adams was in the chair, and George Washington was
George Washington.
Vice President.
Mr. Belton.
And Thomas Jefferson also the electoral book.
John Hammond, as I live and breathe.
Okay.
I thought maybe he was in that movie Willow. Remember that from like the 80s and 90s?
You
I don't know.
also wrote an article, it looks back in 2006, entitled Executive Power versus International Law.
Oh my Lord. 2006. Awesome. Yeah, let's go all the way back.
It was tradition, well seen.
Look at him. I feel like he's going, oh, that was one of my favorite years. That's when I first try the turkey scotch I love so much.
Turkey
made reference to the price cases, which is one of the cases that is helpful in construing Section 3 for
Sexual freedom? What?
Okay.
Section 3.
Have you well, let me before I go there. You said you spent
like
time
straight
in the
vodka.
Office of Legal Counsel, correct? What were your duties or activities there?
Getting coffee. I got lots of coffee for all the real attorneys.
constitutional law and reviewing bills before Congress to determine whether to review the executive branch.
Island of Dr. Moreau.
The bills include unconstitutional provisions.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to work with historical documents in those instances?
Yes.
Can you
Oh,
describe
it was so delightful.
what that process might look like?
Well, I remember one tragic weekend when I had to.
See? Oh my God. See, I can call these people.
Clinton's appointment of a member of
Let me
Congress.
know when you're ready for me to tell you about how I met my wife.
Since the war ended. And that involved looking at historical practice and study back with the way Mr. Florence, James Madison.
It was a breezy day in August. I was reading a book.
She came up over the knoll, the wind in her hair. Had any.
In your work, have you spent time looking at and
Reading,
analyzing
studying.
records of congressional proceedings? Okay.
Quite often.
So are you familiar with congressional
It's
reporters?
sort of a hobby of mine.
In your work, have you spent time, and if you can describe this, working with historical legal opinions? Have you spent time working with sort of the congressional debate issues and historical legal cases from the 19th century? Can you speak up, please?
Have you? Is this Sidney Powell's Time Traveler? Is this Sidney Powell's Time Traveler?
Never thought it would happen to me.
Contemporaneous reports on congressional and public debates involving constitutional issues.
Oh, fuck, Rose. That's funny.
I think you testified, but I want to confirm, have you spent time analyzing and researching and reviewing
He looks like an
historical
undertaker.
definitions
I mean,
of
I'm
words and
digging the
phrases?
tie. I'm not really mad, but
Have you spent time looking at sort of historical executive orders and statements?
have you
as an aid
considered
to
gold
interpretation
for
of
your
law?
retirement portfolio?
Now, you reviewed, correct, the congressional debates or records of congressional debates, historical cases, contemporaneous debates, dictionary definitions, and
Objection. Boring.
Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That was a very long
I
question.
don't even know what you asked because I'm not that smart.
In preparing
The
and rendering your
MDMA
opinion
has
today,
not
did
kicked
you
in
rely on
Please repeat the
congressional
question.
records of congressional debates?
Yes.
Okay. And do the records of congressional debates for Amendment 14, Section 3, do they differ in an approach or quality or in any way that you may be able to describe from congressional records used to interpret other constitutional provisions?
No, none of that. See, maybe there.
Oh, she's yawning.
Less
Girl, I feel you.
No, quality.
I've done all those things. Looked at sources.
Quality is less, but quality is.
They were written in the English language as used in the 19th century.
Do you understand the parlance of the day?
The parlance of the day, sir. Would you consider yourself an originalist?
Yes, in court we have to be exceptionally
Yes.
polite, never talk over one another, or to the best of our ability.
Well, is it politeness or whatever?
So in your experience, were they sort of written in the same English language syntax as other forms of 19th century documents.
Well, it was a different English language back then.
It was far more barbaric, and I liked it.
That's right.
It was mostly verbs.
And you've discussed your. I'll even try to be a
Dude,
little
this
bit.
guy doesn't even fucking prep for this
Discuss your
shit. I'm
research.
so over this attorney.
No,
cases.
isn't this the
How do those
former
compare
attorney
with the
general
legal
of
cases
something or other?
that you
I mean,
reviewed and
it
analyzed in
Gessler?
preparation of your opinion here today
the
on the
fuck is
14th
Gessler's
Amendment?
former job?
I'm sorry, you say no way. How do they differ, if at all?
Is that a legal term, sir? No way.
No problem.
And would you say no way, Jose?
So
in some instances,
you reviewed
sir?
a number of, you have in your work over the last 4 decades.
3 or 4 decades. Jeez.
Century, is that
Can you
correct?
find anyone older to testify, please? We'd like someone who was there when it happened.
Historical cases that you reviewed for the 14th Amendment, in your opinion, do they differ, or how do they differ as far as their, and any characteristics, qualifying?
Hi, basket package. Welcome.
Their writing, their
I like the bottle
modes of
of
analysis, do they
sriracha
differ?
behind it.
And if so, how from the types of cases that you've analyzed in the past from the 19th century? When you say no, does that mean you are not able to identify any types of differences? Okay. In looking at reports involving sort of public reports, or what we would today call media reports, newspaper reports of congressional and public debates.
I feel like this attorney thinks he's talking
From
to someone
19th
from the 19th century.
Do those
It's
differ
like what we would call today's media
From
reports.
from the types
I don't know
of
if you know that term or not, sir.
public and congressional debates that you reviewed for your opinion?
Didn't Bill and Ted find a time machine, right?
Oh, he was in that
Yeah.
movie.
Ah, there we go.
Reports of cases, no, they would be equivalent to a case report.
Speak up, Grandpa. Come on.
Experience reviewing or dictionary definitions from the period of the 1860s and 1870s in your work?
Oh my lord, this is these are this
1877.
is so irrelevant and boring and stupid and annoying. I mean,
So in
I thought that said 7 pillows of wisdom. Oh wow, cool, Jim.
Like Dr. Samuel Johnson's, I think I did that in preparation.
Max, good morning. Coffee in hand.
Electoral college rights electors.
Yes, that's it. That's
I
it.
think I used Samuel Johnson's dictionary of the English language, which is 18th century, in connection with the research for that.
Shooby doo. Good morning. Oh yeah.
So,
Margarita.
your review
I
of,
love
so
tagine, by
did
the
you
way.
review dictionary definitions for the,
you fucking asked him this already. Shut. Oh, I hate this guy, you guys. He's not making my Friday happy. I don't like him.
There is a definite reference to
Yeah, a lot.
Your Honor, he was in general viewed as a rebuttal expert to Mr. Magliocca, and to the extent
sure.
Professor Magliocca relied upon those.
Do it.
We've had Professor Delahunty review Magliocca's testimony, as he's allowed to do, and to render an opinion on that. We're not looking to go substantially outside of Professor Magliocca's report, and nor are
However, we are going to go back to
There's an
1900 and count
specifically
from there.
Well,
opinions,
we
but
will be
believe that
also
within his
shitting all
report,
over his
he did
report.
mention
So there you go.
various definitions. To the extent there's a objection about a specific, we're certainly willing to take that up. But as a general matter, the point is that Professor Delahunty has reviewed dictionary definitions
It's so true.
contemporaneous similar to.
Oh my God. Our witness has read the dictionary, ma'am. So I don't see what the objection is for.
Well, Judge Mumbles is weighing in.
What, ma'am? I can't hear you.
And that's fair, Your Honor. Okay.
Okay, that's.
It's overruled.
What's your question?
Shh. This is a library.
Exactly. Dictionary.
So, Professor Delahunty, why don't I ask you a few of those questions, and feel free to ask me. We'll clear it up.
Feel free to ask. Who's asking the questions here?
In
Whose witness
rendering
is
your
this?
opinion,
It's your witness, sir.
I think both you and Professor Magliocca discussed a executive order or executive statement, I should say, from President Grant.
Hi, Margaret.
It's called a memorandum. What?
In reviewing that executive statement, did that differ from the types of executive orders or executive statements that you've reviewed in the past?
Because it's not an order. What? What is he talking about?
Your Honor, I would renew my proffer.
Nope. Still sucks.
I'm not sure he's already been endorsed as expert in constitutional law and the application of historical documents to 19th century statute and constitutional provisions. So I'm not sure he needs to be designated as an expert in Section 3 because I'm going to let him testify about what he did regarding Section 3. I don't think that, unlike Professor Magliocca, who is clearly, spent years studying it and is an expert on Section 3. I don't think he is, but I don't think it matters because what he's done is he's looked at historical documents, which he is an expert in, and is going to hopefully testify as to what his findings were using that expertise regarding Section 3.
Your Honor, we endorse that perspective.
Don't test me.
I don't know if I can ask to have it admitted to evidence, but we endorse it, Your Honor. Okay, let's talk about the substance of your opinion, Professor.
He's such a bad lawyer. He thinks he should flirt with the judge. That's like how bad of a lawyer he is.
Testimony on Wednesday.
Okay. I've seen testimony, yes, I have watched it and read the preliminary transcript.
Okay.
This guy was Secretary of State,
That's
right?
it. The intention is to befuddle you. Yes, I think he was.
Can he be called as a witness?
Very closely.
Well,
okay, and so are you prepared to respond to
probably.
or
I don't know
comment on
when
his
he was
analysis?
Secretary of State.
I mean, that was like 1911, so
Yeah,
I think it's fine.
it was
As a
not
general
recent.
matter, he testified that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is not limited to the events of the Civil War. What do you think of that statement?
I do agree with that. I think there are scholars.
Yeah, we had that.
Who might
Simi was an expert on
but
Section 3 of the
after-
14th Amendment.
Frankly, it wasn't when this issue Section 3 began to come up. My issue was is really confined to the Civil War, but as I delved more closely into the matter, I think that
I'm gonna be honest. I literally can't understand a single word he says.
I know, I keep
I'm
leaning
just,
in to
yeah.
listen, but it's
the Civil War, to the people involved in the Civil War, and I think there are 3 reasons.
I can't even read his lips. Like I can't even.
Wait, I've got it. He's recounting his days in the Civil War.
Oh, hey. Well, can you just turn on the closed captioning, maybe?
There
It was
is
just
no
saying audible.
Oh no, Simi was an expert on domestic. That's right. Who was the guy who was the? There was a Section 3. Is that Magliocca?
Section 3, that it was meant to extend into the future.
feel like-
The practice or limited has been to extend applying to that's open people who can go whatever.
Okay.
Can we just take a slight on someone who's like to the court reporter for a second?
Give him Lolo
Do you want us to
time.
take a
He's
5-minute
like,
break, Your Honor, or?
oh yeah, let's
just-
take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Let's take a 5-minute break and fix the mics. Maglio, whatever. Yeah, Maglioka. 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 Wait, are we just like sitting in silence for 5? What? Gazelle's being too pointy. You're just trying to earn points ahead of trivia. Pixel Live is working. What? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Your Pixel phone.
I'm just trying to get reconnected to the real time. So it kind of helps me to make sure that I'm following what the professor's saying. I'm not sure if it's a volume or if it's just your mannerism of speaking, but I'm having a little bit of trouble following you. And I've also lost the transcript, so I was hoping to get the transcript back. But if not, we'll just proceed.
The irony is the only person who can hear him is Maglioka.
I know. Can anyone do? I mean, I understand we're not supposed to be streaming this, but please.
No problem, Your Honor. We ready to go forward?
Oh my God. Oh, cool. I like it. As staple food for pre-Neolithic
So
people.
Professor Del Hunte, I want to talk a little bit. We're just going to dive into some of the main subjects here. I want to talk about the definition of insurrection.
Oh, let's do it.
And Professor Maglioka provided
Good, I
a
read the dictionary.
definition of
Hence all the
insurrection
dictionary
and looked at historical documents like insurrection examples of events and judicial decisions and the treatment of the law during the Civil War.
Kind of stuff.
What's your review of those documents tell you about the definition of insurrection?
Some of the materials that he offered are quite broad definitions of insurrection. So others narrow ones that they differ. In particular, he cites the definition of insurrection that we've offered was drafted by Professor Francis Weaver, who was President Abraham Lincoln's chief legal advisor during the Civil War. Weaver's definition of insurrection appears.
I feel like he thinks he's on a stage giving a monologue.
I think he's worried he's going to be found for the fraud that he is.
And Professor Maglioka says that Weaver was, in fact,
Is he auditioning for, like, I don't know.
How many people quit law school after being in his first year law school class?
It's a great question.
I mean, this guy is the worst.
I would quit. I would not take a class from this person.
Weaver says, I don't have the text right in front of me, but he says, in fact, an insurrection is a rising of people in arms. So if you accept.
Where does it say U.S. have arms in an insurrection, motherfucker? Where does it say that?
Well, he can't tell you that.
Insurrection.
Take his class.
In arms. Insurrectionists would have to use arms. And that's.
No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. You're stupid. You didn't read the dictionary.
The other definitions in the case of that Professor Maglioka cites. But, so there's some contradictions, perhaps, to start with, in tension between the accounts of insurrection that some of the sources supply, which don't require that the insurrections be armed, and believers' definition.
Okay. Professor Maglioka also cited to Webster Dictionary definition of insurrection in 1828. Do you remember that?
I remember that it's actually, yes, and I read it.
Yes, I wrote it.
Okay.
Word for word.
It said rising against a civil or political authority, the open or active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of a law in a city or state. And then he also cited to a John Bogue dictionary.
Is DC a city or state, sir?
Well, to the Webster definition. What
a foreign country.
What do you make of that interpretation? What's your interpretation?
Well, the Webster definition specifically refers, as you quoted, to states and counties. Obviously, it's highly relevant.
He's giggling like he's so weird, you guys. He's so weird. These people are so weird.
Insurrection, as used in Section 3.
Pepper. Good morning, Pepper.
The Constitution.
Shut up.
United States is specific, okay? Is not, is not a state or county.
Oh, sorry. I know you want to see my beautiful face when I say stupid words.
When you say insurrection against the Constitution of the United States, what's the importance of that distinction?
I think
what's the Constitution?
Crucial, because while it was very helpful to know what insurrection was.
Why did he cross his arms there? That's it's very interesting. He's very interesting. And also annoying.
Totally.
Professor Maglioka himself emphasizes that there is this important limiting principle which is found in the text of Section 3. It's not just a plain vanilla insurrection. It's an insurrection against the Constitution of the United States.
I mean, there was a lot of white people. It was pretty vanilla. It was a vanilla insurrection, I'll tell you. It was a fucking vanilla insurrection.
But the insurrection being an
weird.
insurrection against the
So true.
Constitution of the United States. In other words, insurrection is not a freestanding term in Section 3. It's coupled with, like Professor Maglioka's own insistence, it's coupled with that other phrase, insurrection against the Constitution. So what really
I find if I speak with gravitas, you'll hear me better.
I'm actually from Connecticut, but I speak as if I'm not.
Insurrection against the
I was raised as a young boy in the meadows of Connecticut.
Okay.
And my father used to take off his belt to teach me the 10 Commandments.
Before 1862, there was no federal crime of insurrection, and that the cases that discussed insurrection were really treason cases. And so, for example, he cited a grand jury
Am I right?
charge from the
Thanks, Margaret. Now I can't unsee it.
1861, which specifically said the conspiracy and
What happened? Or wait, should you not repeat it since I don't want to get
of a public
Can you
nature
see the
concerning the U.S. and that included, quote, overthrowing the government or to nullify.
No, I'm driving, so you know.
Okay, it says,
U.S. law.
Margaret sees a swastika in his wrinkled brow ridge.
Its abrogation,
And now
repeal,
nobody can
modification or
unsee it.
change by resort to
Oh, that makes sense, actually. Yeah. Yep.
on the use of that
Folded
grand
arms
jury
as a tell,
charge
I'm
and the
bored with
importance
you,
of
and I'm
that,
much more
or lack of
intelligent
importance,
than this person. Oh,
with
go
respect
ahead.
to defining insurrection.
Girl, wasn't there, Max? There was a ton of Christian stuff at J6 for crying out loud.
Yeah, that's a very contempt, body language. A lot of contempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, how dare you question me?
I'm a first-year law professor for crying out loud.
Be slower. I just got that right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll calm down and more complete story. My apologies. I think it's just the slowness of the internet connection, Your Honor. No, I'm sorry. I'll work on that.
Don't be an asshole, okay? Nobody likes a flip attorney.
So, Professor.
Well, also, you're an attorney, not a comedian. Do your fucking job.
Right?
Like, we will do the laughs, and you do whatever you're doing.
Sir, let us handle the comedy, okay?
Open podium night.
Open lectern. I hate that night.
So it says the conspiracy and the insurrection connected with it must be to affect something of a public nature, and it included overthrowing the government to nullify and totally hinder the execution of a law, constitution, some part of it.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's
So
what
that means
happened.
like 700 people were found guilty of?
Or change by a resort to violence. What do you think of that use of that sort of historical document?
I think it's relevant to discussing the meaning of insurrection as understood, as that term was understood in the immediate of the Civil War. It is helpful in that connection, especially because it comes from
it's gin in that glass, I'm telling you. That's why they're all getting all wonky.
And how does that definition compare with other definitions that Professor Maglioka testified to?
Well, I can't remember in detail the other definitions. They're framing racism. He says
he's just wrong.
That is relevant to understanding Section 3. It is. And is it consistent with other definitions from roughly the middle of the late 19th century? I think it's certainly not in contradiction with them, except Lieber. No, it's not even in contradiction with Lieber, because I think at the very end, he talks about violence.
So, is it a more sweeping definition than some of the other definitions that you reviewed?
Call it sweeping?
I mean, it's something of a public nature. It's crazy, broad.
Well, I mean, he didn't read the dictionary. I feel like he's going somewhere in his head that we don't want to hear about.
Maglioka also discussed the Whiskey and Freeze rebellions.
Oh, good.
As insurrections.
Thank God we got back to
How
the
do they
Whiskey Rebellion
relate,
versus insurrection.
in your view, to the interpretation of the meaning insurrection against the Constitution?
Well, Professor Maglioka says that they are not the kind of insurrection that is covered by Section 3. And whether that's true or not depends on how you interpret it against the Constitution.
Against.
In Section 3. He offers his own interpretation. It's not dictionary definitions, it's his interpretation of what insurrection against the Constitution means. And he says under his interpretation
Well, that's just right.
of that Constitutional clause, the Whiskey and Freeze rebellions are not insurrections against the Constitution of the United States. I think
Yeah, you can confirm. Democracy dinos.
Insurrection against the United States. And there could be a broad or narrow reading of that constitutional language under which both insurrections were against the Constitution of the United States.
And what would that reading be?
So Professor Maglioka offers this interpretation that an insurrection against the Constitution of the United States is an insurrection that interferes with the execution of the Constitution. And then the question becomes, well, what is the execution of the Constitution? And in substance, as I understand it, he's saying the execution of the Constitution is interference with the federal government's political branches and judicial branches' performance of their constitutionally appointed functions. If it interferes with the discharge of their constitutional responsibilities. And he argues that certainly the events of January the 6th are an interference with the congressional duties assigned by the 12th Amendment.
It's a duty.
At least minimally to observe the vote count. Now, on that definition of interfering with the execution of the Constitution, it seems to me that there could be many other events that were similarly insurrections against the Constitution, even in the sense of executing the Constitution. For example,
And when I checked the dictionary, my favorite word was whataboutism.
judicial function of adjudicating cases, clearly the responsibility of
What's the point?
judiciary under
Jesus.
If you interfere with the execution of their constitutionally appointed judicial responsibilities, but that would also, by burning down a courthouse or disrupting judicial proceedings, that would also, I guess, under that understanding.
Well, then I guess it's a pretty wide definition. Next.
Insurrection.
Yes, exactly.
Against the Constitution or against the execution of the Constitution. Or take another case, the Constitution assigns to the Senate the new role of debating and deciding on presidential nominations to principal offices in the United States. So let's take appointments to the federal judiciary. If you have a crowd disrupting the Senate's vote on a presidential nomination, that would seem to be an interference with the execution of the Constitution. In fact,
Okay, I just realized this guy is if Larry Arnn and Bill Barr had a baby. That's this guy.
Full frontal swastika. Oh, God.
Supreme Court's decision in the Dex case would count as interference
You
with
know,
the
it's
execution of
execution,
the
as he
Constitution, because
said.
the president has the constitutional duty to ensure that federal law is faithfully executed. So we're interfering with the president's execution of his constitutional duty to execute the postal law.
And why do you say the Postal Service?
Well, because Article 1 mentions the Postal Service, and it's apparently, as the text understands it, a duty of Congress to execute that power and to create and instruct the president.
Why is he talking about the Postal Service? I'm really fucking confused. What?
So,
What happened? What happened?
To the chase, basically, I think that under
Yeah, cut to the fucking chase. Great idea. Cut to the chase.
interpretation against the Constitution, disrupting the delivery of the mail is an interference with the execution of the
What does the
Constitution.
Postal Service have to do with it?
And you could go on and on.
Is he saying sending mail is insurrection? I'm so confused.
You don't get it.
Responsibilities by the president, by the Senate, by the House, by the courts, that would count as against the Constitution as he understands that. So what is meant to be a limiting principle is, I think, a very expansive one, unless you attach a more limited scope to the meaning of
Well, everything is something unless you know, what?
Oh, he's broadening insurrection against the Constitution to absurdity.
Oh, I see.
He's not doing it well, but he's trying.
So that definition also includes intimidation, correct? Or are there sources that talk about mere intimidation as the necessary threat of violence for insurrection?
So I don't really understand the question.
Okay, let me move to a
But you're a law
slightly different
professor.
area.
How can you not understand it?
Can I just answer the question? So, as I understand it, what you're saying is that if you take Professor Neverending's interpretation of what insurrection is simply that it can just apply to the remaining of the
Yes.
Oh, the one part I wanted to hear. She
Interferences with the execution of the duties of the President, the Senate, the House, and the federal judiciary. It is a limit.
I assume we'll get to what he thinks.
From the diaphragm.
To the extent that's
exactly.
possible. Yes,
Sit
Your Honor.
up, Judge.
From the
Sit
text.
up. Project.
Let me ask you this. Professor Magliocca also testified that the shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion language means any voluntary act in furtherance of an insurrection against the Constitution, including words of incitement. And he based this on judicial decisions and a U.S. Attorney General opinion of Attorney General Stansbury. What's your opinion on that? On the use of Stansbury's opinion in defining what insurrection is?
I would have three thoughts, I guess, about that part of Professor Magliocca's testimony and report. First of all, I would say it's a linguistic point.
Bring back Amy Kramer.
Engage in insurrection has a more restricted meaning than you suppose. Let me give you this speakers of the English language, I think this. If we use it like engage in hostilities.
Bless you. I heard that over everything else. Everything else. Bless you, whoever fucking sneezed. Good answer.
That bloke is simply mad.
Actions that would go with engaging in hostilities. I think intuitively we would distinguish engaging in hostilities from engaging in incitement.
Sir, where does woke communism appear in the Constitution?
But the backdrop to the Constitution's Section 3's use of engaging in insurrection. Part of it is the Second Confiscation Act, which I think Professor Magliocca cites, which itself distinguishes between various preparatory or...
I don't think anybody in his class would learn anything in the amount of time allotted for a class. Like, he's taking like an hour to say any. I don't even know what he's saying.
I still haven't heard an actual point, except for trying to act like, oh, definitions, what? That's what I hear. Exactly. Oh my God, thank you. I noticed that too. Narcissistic bedroom eyes. Jesus.
And cut out, or at least didn't include.
I think is that called rape or something else?
In insurrection or rebellion, which I think very strongly suggests that it was not covering the same class of activities as the Second Confiscation. So engaging in insurrection in Section 3 has a narrower meaning than the comprehensive, sweeping account of the activities associated with insurrection or rebellion. See, listed anyway, in the second conversation. I agree with Professor Magliola that
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
Hey, Republicans, this is why you lose. You are boring and old. Ugh.
in the
And
Military
wrong.
Reconstruction Acts of 1867, I agree with him that the Attorney General's opinions are certainly good evidence as to the meaning of engaging in insurrection in Section 3.
What was the question?
I don't know.
Opinions that were written while
And then in 1872,
debated.
Look at her in the back. Oh, she's not wanting to be there either.
she doesn't. She's about to drink that bottle of sriracha she's got in front of her.
She's like, I could strangle myself, right? Like I could do that now.
Did I join the Republican Party?
It's about a statute, but it's just like
Thinking about her
Easily.
loans.
Wishing the Biden pause had taken effect.
And looking at the Stanbury opinions, what's your view on how he defined insurrection and its application?
No, this is why.
I'm sorry, Amendment 14, Section 3.
so. I think
Why?
Yoga under describes what Attorney General Stanbury is writing about. When in the first of these two opinions on the Military Reconstruction Act, in the first of them, Stanbury has a section called something like engaging in insurrection. I think it's actually called engaging. It's about engaging in rebellion or insurrection. So Stanbury says, okay, this is what he's going to explicate. Congress in the statute.
Yeah. Oh.
And he
yes.
starts by saying that engaging in there has to.
I don't know if I see it. Now I feel like I can see it. Let me look closer. Is this like one of those puzzles where, like, if you look hard enough, you can see a Doberman Pinscher?
So you have to start, Stanbury says, by distinguishing between active and passive participation. Passive participation doesn't count under the statute. So that's his first.
Passive what? Passive participation.
What are we talking about?
Between voluntary and compulsory or involuntary participation.
I wonder if Judge McAfee still is sitting in silence in his courtroom, because that would be more interesting than this guy. Something made the girl laugh, though. I wonder what made
you
fart.
This guy's so boring.
So
long story short, everybody Wang Chung tonight.
And then he has a third.
No, that's. I don't know.
Actually, let's play this game. All right. It's Lolo's testimony trivia. What is this guy's favorite song?
The smell of boredom. Everybody Wang Chung tonight.
What is the last movie this man watched?
But
Mrs. Lincoln, how did you like the play?
What it means to participate in rebellion in individual capacity. And so
I am the walrus. That's what this guy. This guy was getting freaky back in the 60s.
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
I was just thinking that, Margaret. He's got a good 10 years on me, at least. So I'm going to put him up near the early or late 60s.
So, to bring you under the statute.
Yeah.
Right.
Rosemary's Baby.
He was in Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, that's right. I heard about that.
From actually an official capacity. And okay, let's
Here.
talk about Professor.
They didn't have high schools then.
Trump wanting if
Dino DNA.
map on the interpretation seven offers.
Mr. Hammond, your helicopter.
I'm going to object.
The song is whatever was playing over the silence.
I'm going to go with Hostile.
Oh, that's a good one.
What he was going to say, but I'm going to stay back.
Hostile.
Okay.
One or two.
Let me ask you about Stansbury's definitions as well. You said he was.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
I kept referring to the statute words.
It's the Military Reconstruction Act.
Okay, and that's what Stansbury was
Yes. Yes. Sometimes called it Reconstruction.
Hey, Melissa, welcome.
I think that's probably more common.
And you said Stansbury was talking or opining about rebellion primarily.
Melissa, you didn't miss anything. Like literally
can
nothing.
Can you talk a little bit?
Yeah, we don't know what's happening at all, actually.
Differences, both in his analysis, rebellion
This guy is
versus
anti-margarine, so
and
he's
how that applies to Section 3 of the 14th
dissing
Amendment.
another
Well, most of
law
Stanley's
professor.
discussion in the first opinion is about the meaning of engaging with them.
We did kind of, Melissa, but
And why does that matter?
yeah, we didn't get the end of it.
Well, it's not directly on point as to engaging in insurrection means under the statute.
But we're listening to Mr. Walker testify.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying it's not directly about engaging in insurrection under the statute. So,
Not 100%. Only another percent.
Yes, you know, other than 100.
Only passive participatory insurrection.
Did he wash his face after the rave last night? Because I think he still has his eyeliner on.
Carries over automatically into the engaging in insurrection section 3. These are all steps in the process. And then,
Yes, we did hear a little bit of that, but
if someone charged with engaging in insurrection, it would have to be determined whether that engagement was in an official capacity or an individual capacity. So it's applied to someone. You have to ask if that engagement was
do you validate?
in an official capacity or an individual capacity, which could be quite problematic to decide.
And why is that? How would Stansbury's opinion, to the extent it's possible to determine, apply to activity in a individual versus official capacity?
Well, this is all
You know what? They should have just called the dictionary to the stand.
Professor Maglioka says about Stansbury's opinion.
Maglioka already kind of squashed all this Stansbury stuff when he testified. Basically saying, like, there's two guys that made dictionaries. One was this Stansbury, the other one was Webster, and I don't know which of you ever quoted Stansbury.
In rebellion, in official capacity, also carries over.
So you just cut to the chase in ways that this man could never do it. You are now a first-year law professor. Congratulations.
I think
Stansbury. The first fucking minute.
Stansbury's argument was he had the best words.
Or not. Individually, does that matter? Does everything Stanley says about engaging in rebellion in official capacity immediately carry over into such engagement in individual capacity?
Yeah, I see. Okay, shut up.
Kathy, really. And it smells better, too.
Whatever he says about the statute into Section 3.
So
get a refresher. That was That was a good one
Did
there, bud.
Stansbury provide standards or guidance as to exactly what constitutes or what type of liability attaches for actions in an individual capacity?
Individual. What the fuck, man? Calm down.
This is turning my compost. They distract with boredom. They have nothing else.
But he doesn't discuss the liability to which none of that
Liar.
doesn't discuss the liability to which someone who was found to have engaged in this action is exposed.
What is this? What is
Exactly
Never
how
mind.
I know. Why are you trying to make any sense of this?
When they're acting in their individual capacity?
He does discuss that, and I don't recall.
Because it's just that. Okay.
What you said.
Write that down.
No. Whatever it is you said, I think. Oh, we love you too, Pepper.
If you declared it is so.
No. And we haven't even been able to hear 95% of it.
Well, I don't think any of it actually means anything.
It doesn't.
I think he's just a master at making himself sound like he knows
Also,
things that you don't know, because nothing he says makes sense to anyone.
Stanbury
It turns out that
Worthy
maggots
cases
think that
from North
judges
the Worthy case
are
from North
that
Carolina.
stupid.
And he said that they were
Yeah, we're hypnotized.
that they were
It really is an important point
definition
with the way
for
that they
engaging
speak
in
in terms of
insurrection
tone
was the
and
same
tenor
as
of that,
Stanbury opinions and the Worthy case.
it is a means of puffing yourself up in the eyes of others.
Right. When you lack substance. We've seen it over and over again in the Eastman trial and everything. Those lawyers actually thought those experts were going to fly
Tell
with
me
that
about
judge.
the Worthy case when you
It's
say
crazy.
it talks
It's
about
as if they
Section
didn't
2
even read
North
or
Carolina
test the
state
theories.
case, correct?
And what's interesting is these are the same people that are trying to tell everyone that it's the elites, the elites' fault
Yes.
or things like that. But this comes off as very elitist,
Yeah, exactly. It's mind-boggling, and I think it's great because they're being shown for the idiots that they are. But we're all paying the price for the collective stupid.
Federal officers or officers.
It's actually kind of interesting because it's from a bubble, right? I mean, all of this is in an echo chamber, and all of this is in some bubble, and to them, it's not idiocy; it's belief. They understand that this is what they think and how they feel. They've now come out of that bubble to us to say, we
And
think
why
you
is
should
that?
do
Why
this
don't
too.
you think
It's really more.
Huh.
Well, it's not identical.
I guess I'm still shocked that
You're so right, because they don't invite debate and they don't invite conversation at all in any of these places of learning, right? Like that they're operating in either.
But is it your opinion that the definitions with respect to engaging in rebellion differ between the Stanbury opinion and the Worthy case?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay.
When does Eastman start, Joe? 'Cause it's 9.
Yeah, I think they start now.
Okay.
I'd rather do that. This is the last day closing arguments. Lolo, I say we fucking stream that shit. Sorry, I'm just saying.
Really? I'm tempted.
Joe says no.
Trouble girl.
I listened to Joe. All right, fine.
You had talked a little bit about insurrection.
I was feeling myself,
Why do we have responsible friends? This is some bullshit.
What, if any, well, let me
Joe's
ask you
here to
this.
keep us out of
To
jail.
what extent do the historical sources allow us
Good luck, Joe.
to create a specific definition of insurrection against?
I actually can't do Eastman today. I just simply can't do it. Like I'm like beat up by it.
It's the last day, Joe. You gotta do it, man. We got to. I got to. Somebody's got to.
Somebody's got to pull that bitch up. Come on now.
Don't wanna.
You don't have to, Joe. It's okay. We're not going to make.
But okay, but I do want to hear closing arguments for the state. I do. I want to hear, and I want to hear the judge just like tear his butt apart, like for real.
Are you able to create a definition of insurrection against the Constitution based on?
Yeah, just create one. Do you mind? Just off the top, off the cuff. What you think? Why don't you just make us up a definition?
Guidance more to the remarks that Senator Jacob
Let's do some constitutional Mad Libs.
The 14th Amendment to the Senate. Which are those remarks that Senator Howard are cited twice in my Mendoza's report. And I don't have Senator Howard's exact language, though here's quote in Mendoza's report. But Howard says something to the effect that this section of the Constitution is meant to cover actions to sanction actions that acts that are
Yeah.
pose.
Holy shit, Professor! Get to it. Get fucking to it.
To threaten to help me if I could help.
Let's bookmark that. We're going to pull up the language for you directly in a second.
That would destroy
Great. Why didn't you fucking do that already?
And they now come in boxers for you,
So-
Jeffrey Clark.
given Howard's
Amicus boxers.
the enactment, right?
Amicus box.
Don't worry.
It seems to be, I would start by looking
I'll tell you about the Boxer Rebellion.
and explicating the phrase rebellion or insurrection against the Constitution. And they would be acts.
I think I have a picture of Brad Parscale in his boxers too. I think we might need a boxer collage. I'm gonna look for that.
Enrique Tarrio was taken into custody in his boxers also, just so you know.
Okay, good. Well, I'll just Google, boxer takedowns or something like that. It'll come up. Or maggots in boxers.
Your Honor, I don't think he said that I keep saying article, Amendment 14, Section 3 has to be defined that way. He said the starting point is to look at Senator Howard's viewpoint
Are you
as an
testifying,
analogy.
counselor? Are you testifying, counselor?
I don't think he
I haven't heard any of this.
that has to be the definition.
Oh, that's it, Rogue. We could put him on the catalog with the tactical vests. His boxers along with and James O'Keefe. This is great.
If you could give me just a few minutes, Your Honor, let me look through his report.
Would you like to take a break again? Let's take a break. We all take breaks. Break.
Real chuds
Break,
of the
break, break.
insurrection. I love it.
Okay.
Chud of the month. Butt merch. You know what? It doesn't matter. All I need is a picture of them in a box.
Professor Delahunty, we won't discuss.
Why are we here today?
But why would you start from that as a foundation, looking at the remarks of a congressional debate?
Same objection.
I don't think he's offering a different definition. He's why he would start looking there, and it'd be helpful if we could see the remarks. I don't know if that's possible.
We're pulling them up right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
So would you say, Counselor, you weren't prepared?
We may even have them.
Yes, he's not prepared.
Steve, amicus briefs when you don't want to go to court with your pants down.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
That's a great one, Steve.
Nope.
Yeah. Hi.
Arlo!
buddy. Come on up. There you go. Come on. There you go.
Oh, puppy. Hi, puppy.
That's on this. If we can come back to it a little bit later. I don't
Oh,
want
my kisses.
Arlo is the official puppy of the lounge.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I propose a morning break? That'll give us a little bit of time.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Okay.
Your Honor, do we even really need to be here? Can we be done now? Like,
You know what? We're not going to do cross because whatever.
let's just take a break. Let's all just, 5 deep breaths.
Bonus if he's
Are they
trying to.
Oh, they are fucking taking a. God, you guys
they
are
really fucking are. They really are.
lazy, ill-prepared.
And let me tell you, I tuned in early this morning, and your cutie patootie was prepping, sitting there, diligently working hard, getting all his exhibits ready. So
Yeah, because they're prepared. Because they know what they're doing.
okay, well, we missed that. We missed the state versus Floyd. Oh well.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah, and so. Oh.
What's she have?
Today's closing arguments for East, like that's it, right? Like this is the last day.
That's it. Yeah, they're gonna bring up the guy from last night for a little bit longer.
Oh right.
And then they have a couple of, I think, rebuttal witnesses, and then they're gonna put Eastman back on the stand. And then they have 75 minutes for closing each or something, and then and if they go over on all their testimony people, which they will because they can't help themselves,
right?
And then they will split up the time between the two, whatever's left. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, she yesterday she said that they both get 75 minutes for closing, but she also said we've got a lot to do, and if at the end of the day we only have a half hour left, you will both only get 15 minutes. We'll split whatever time we have left, and she's doing that to send a message to the to Eastman's attorney to speed things up.
Yeah, because they just keep going in circles and like they think they're proving something and they're not at all. And she's like, I don't want to hear it anymore. Like, you guys are just shut up.
Right.
No,
I know. She's
follow and engage with C-SPAN on.
I can hear that.
Yeah, really. C-SPAN. Yeah, I think I think she's heard what she needs to hear, right? Like, now the order yesterday, the preliminary finding of culpability. Sorry. Can either of you, can you weigh in on what that kind of means? Do we know a little bit about that? Like when she
stopped. To Joe.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't want to put Joe on the spot, but guys, what is this forgettable man's name? It's Delahunty. Margaret.
What was your question, Lolo?
My question was that yesterday when the judge in the Eastman hearing, said, okay, I'm going to enter a ruling or I think that's what she said, of preliminary finding of culpability. And that was, what can you tell us about what that finding meant, or if you know? Again,
Sure.
Don't want to put you on the spot.
So I think it was actually telegraphed by OCTC. So I think when the guy who was representing the state bar was questioning Eastman during cross, he said, "Your Honor, I have about 4 questions or 5 questions that I'd like to ask right now, but they go towards aggravation." So I guess the way. Excuse me, 1 second. I just have to let my dog. Come on.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Go ahead. Arlo, bye, Arlo. I mean, The one lawyer, Kathy, is the fucking former Secretary of State for Colorado or something. So anyway, go ahead, Joe.
I'm sorry.
No.
So he said I have about 4 questions that I want to ask, and they're for aggravating factors. So not only are they sort of looking to meet whatever requirements that they put in the NDC in terms of the charges, but they also say that there are also aggravating factors within that, which I guess they just sort of pile things on.
Right.
But he had asked those questions during the defense's case in chief. And according to the California State Bar, they can't have any aggravating factors entered into the record until there's been a finding of culpability.
Oh, okay.
So so he had asked that, I want to ask these aggravating questions, and she wouldn't let him, which was right, because that's, according to the rules, it wasn't ready for that yet.
Appropriate time, yeah.
But what was interesting was she explained all of that right there on the record, which I think I'm working on something that hopefully maybe this weekend will come out, and it's really about the Eastman trial as a whole. But I think that she sort of telegraphed to the record anyways that this is how it works here, and I think she was explaining it for Eastman's attorney as well, because as soon as the case from the defense, once the defense rested, that's when she found her preliminary finding of culpability. Okay. So it was in that moment, going from we're just putting on our case right now, our defense case, to when they closed the case. At that point, she said, okay, I can make a preliminary finding, which means she hasn't made a full ruling yet. It means that she, it's not written in an opinion in an order. I'm sorry.
I can see and hear you.
This is the Eastman trial just coming on right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. We've been doing this the whole time, is balancing. Cal tried to listen to it yesterday while doing this too, and it was a challenge. But it's okay.
Okay, I think that's off now.
Well, you could just to be low. I'm desperate to watch it, but I have stuff to do, so you have to just let me know.
So once that happened, then she made her finding. Then that made it okay for OCTC to move into the aggravation evidence phase.
Oh,
so
okay. Sorry, everyone. We don't want Joe will not be in trouble. I will go to the mat and say I made Joe play it.
No,
no, I don't want him to play it. I'm just saying that if it comes on at all, it's not his fault.
Nobody's gonna. It's fine. It's nobody's even gonna know what it is unless we tell them.
That's right.
Sorry. So that's what happened. So now he can ask those aggravating questions to see whether or not there were aggravating factors, meaning that it wasn't just making a mistake; it was intentional what he was doing. Like he intentionally knew that what he was doing was wrong. And I think that's probably what they're going to try and establish today if they can.
Now that's okay. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I totally. If anyone wants to leave to go listen to that, I highly do recommend it. Not that you leave, but that this is going to be good. I mean, because this is going to start to what's been happening in Eastman, and I cannot wait to read what you write, Joe, is that a lot of the particular bullshit arguments that Eastman and others have been throwing at us for 3 years are being pulled apart at the seams. And they are really being deconstructed in ways that I think will benefit both Fonnie Willis and Jack Smith. And that record is going to be so important. And the fact that these lawyers for the Office of Counsel or whatever, they have been masterful in really pulling those apart in ways that Eastman is back on his heels, right? Like he has been back. I mean, the experts that he convinced himself, I guess, were going to be helpful to him have 201 been disqualified, if not explicitly, then implicitly in the judge's eyes, because of their sheer lack of expertise on what they're testifying to. So it's so great. And to hear that I think today's questioning will be quite interesting, because I would love to hear what the aggravating factors are that the Office of Counsel can,
Yeah. And the defense has like four things that they need to focus on, I think, in their closing. So whatever their closing arguments are going to be, but I think one of the things that they'll most pay attention to is this idea of tenability. So there's four kinds of things. They have to look at advocacy, whether or not he was advocating on behalf of his client, which I think you can say he was. So I don't know that they're going to have a finding that's wrong for that. Protected speech, whether or not what he was saying was protected by the First Amendment, I think there's probably a question there. And I think, this case that you're watching in Colorado, right? I mean, that's also going to have some protected speech elements to it. We've heard that, I think, in some earlier testimony there as well.
Yeah.
And then the right to petition, is whether or not, you can even bring these cases. But, all those last three, I think, are kind of technical in nature. The tenability, however, I think is one that's going to be really interesting, because would an average normal attorney make these arguments? That's kind of like it comes down to, would somebody of their right mind with the law degree do what John Eastman did? And I think, if there's a case to be made about that, they're going to try and make that in their closing argument today.
Eastman could have avoided all these problems. But the point is that that's an excellent point, Kathy. And that speaks to what Joe was just saying, is that Eastman knew. And I think Gal, at one point in the last...
Or should have known, I think is the other part. Right. Knew or should have known.
Right.
This is about his, as Oomph is saying, it's about bar discipline. So First Amendment right doesn't seem like a great defense.
And this bar is different than anything. I mean, this isn't going to impact him in any other way. I mean, this is
right.
This is a different level of evidence that I think you have to reach in order to prove your case. I think OCTC for sure has far surpassed that bar, whatever it is.
Yeah, I almost feel like they were trying to create a record.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just...
Well, I mean, if you recall, he was unwilling to provide documentation to the January 6th committee, and the only reason they got it was because of these procedures going on in California that were able to access his emails and establish the crime fraud exception to his representation of Trump too.
Now, isn't there a question about representation of Trump and whether or not he was, because he's brought up attorney-client privilege and then not, and then, you know what I mean? Like they've danced around that kind of argument.
I always look for the timeline. So when you have, I think if you look at sort of how this played out, and even this guy here, who we didn't really hear say it, but he said it, the article for American Thinker that this guy on the stand here wrote was in October. So if we look at the timeline, Eastman said that at the end of August, Trump had asked Cleta Mitchell to put together an election integrity team of lawyers. The first week of either at the end of August or the first week of September, Eastman says that's when he sort of joined that team. So that interaction between Trump, Cleta Mitchell, and John Eastman happened between the end of August and the beginning of September. This guy writes the article for American Thinker in October.
Oh.
So that's kind of interesting to me as well. I think if we look, he said that this whatever article
inspired him. Yeah.
And then, of course, you have November and then December.
Right.
Well, but this week also, I think it was this week, when he was on the stand testifying about the 79 days report or 79 days war game plan, He said that was completed in October. That exercise, that war game exercise, and I personally think that is like one of the most critically important documents that barely anybody talks about, and it's because they literally gamed out all prongs of the approach to overturn the election. It's in the document. And the fact that they met and anticipated or laid all of this out prior to a single vote being cast shows, number one, and even throughout, if you actually read the document, they essentially established that they expect to lose. They expected to lose to Joe Biden, and they expected that they would have a battle ahead of them in courts in attempts to try and overturn certain states. And it says it throughout this whole document. And on the stand, he admits that this document was written, planned for, and created prior to a single vote being cast. So I think that's just like right there. That's the beginning of the conspiracy, like with all of those people.
And also, I think too, that was a response document, right? I mean, I think that was a sort of a reaction video to something that I think Lawrence Tribe and those guys put together.
Yes.
For gaming out what the Republicans might do. Yes. And I think it was in response to that.
And then Lawrence Tribe came out.
Yeah, that was to the TIP, the Transition Integrity Project.
That's right. That's
right. And the TIP, and essentially the TIP, what happened was they were concerned that if Trump lost, he would not leave office. And what constitutional obligations or options did they have to force him to leave office or to prevent him from using certain powers that he had for the remainder of the time there, or whatever, in anticipation of him protesting and refusing to leave. And so, but I also kind of think, Joe, a little bit that the Claremont guys and the Texas Public Policy Foundation guys, I think they already knew what they were going to do, but TIP gave them an excuse and kind of a deflection to say, well, we had to do it because they did this. So but I actually think they had already kind of decided and established the plan prior to that. And they just kind of leaned on that as an excuse as to why they must respond to it, but it was already there.
None of this could have happened without a plan, right? I mean, this is not something that was a whim. None of this was a whim.
None of it. It was one quote unquote fail safe after another. If this doesn't work, well, we've got you know what I mean? Like, and it's multiple people, right? But Cleta Mitchell, where the fuck's her name? I have a feeling it's going to come out. I mean, isn't Sydney part of the Cleta clan?
I'm not sure.
Or is she not? Maybe not. Maybe Sydney's not part of like the Ginny.
I don't think she is. I don't think because remember how we talked about yesterday where if we just to be simple, we break it into like a Roger Stone v. Bannon thing. I think Cleta, Cleta Mitchell and that group is more of your Bannon bro kind of intellectual fascist.
Right. The serious.
And then you have your your meathead fascists on the Roger Stone side, which are the muscle. And they work off each other, but they don't strategize together,
Right.
I mean, these are all think tanks, right? I mean, everything we're hearing about, these people, what are they thinking about? This is the stuff they're thinking about.
Right. And they're writing it down.
And getting it in front of lawmakers.
Yeah. State legislatures. I mean, really, it's, boy. If you don't have any, skeletons in your closet, would you please all run for some kind of local office, please?
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. So listen, I was going through my recordings from the Reawaken America tour, just like, because right after I got back from that is when I got doxxed. because I was gonna write a whole piece. I like half wrote it and everything about my experience there. And I have all these like recordings, and I have one. I sent it to in Signal. It's where I was talking to Ivan Raiklin, and he was talking to another lady, and she said something to him like, "You sound like a shit stirrer or something," and I said, "Well, he is a shit stirrer," and Ivan looks at me and he's like, "What? A what? A what?" And I was like, "A shit stirrer," like you know, and he says to her, "Well, do you remember the Pence card?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, I remember the Pence card." And he goes, "That was me. That was me. I mean, I basically am the one, when Trump retweeted me about the Pence card, I basically kicked off what happened on January 6th. I have this in a recording." He fucking said it to my face.
Eastman said that he didn't have anything to do with the Pence card, and there were 3 different versions of the Pence card that were put into evidence, they said, in the Eastman trial.
I remember that.
When they looked at all the different versions, they just determined that it was all one thing, so they put it together. So I don't know why but it was so important that they had 3 different copies of the Pence card letter in evidence in Eastman's trial. He said he didn't know who put it together.
I mean, I guess that
I remember, yeah.
If that's
sort of, I mean,
well, not really, because frankly, that bitch was looking at anything that was being written in any way, shape, or form that could have served his purpose. So fuck that. And here's the other thing. Here's the thing that he keeps saying, and he said it under oath. He claims Eastman is dying on the hill that he did not tell Mike Pence to reject the electors or whatever. He is dying on that motherfucking hill. Never mind all the people who were in the room when he said it, who have said under oath and in far more serious ways, yeah, that's what he said. So I can't wait for that piece. Like, that's a big part. That was a big part for me. Because I'm like, girl, you really going to go there? You're going to do that? Okay. You do you. But that doesn't seem very smart to me. Well, we're back with mumbles.
There's more to that timeline too that I was talking about.
I really want to talk about that.
I've been asking you a little bit about
whoa. Holy cow, turn them on, my gosh.
to arrive at a definition of insurrection. But in your report, and I may have been going about it the wrong way and questioning you. In your report, you talk about the difficulties of interpreting Section 3's offense element and defining what it means to have engaged in an insurrection. Do you remember that? Okay. And when you say interpreting Section 3's offense element, what are you referring to when you say the offense element in Section 3?
Well, Section 3 has essentially 4 elements. One of them is defined towards the end of Section 3. Identifies the class of people who are subject.
I have to say, while Joe's away, and he probably can still hear me, but I love Joe. So glad he's here.
I'm so glad he came up. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate him.
Then there's what I call the offense element.
I like talking about him when he's gone behind his back. Again, rowdy. Commentary rowdy. Can't hear whisper, chuckle, jumbles over here.
Marble mouth.
That would trigger liability. And the offense element is language.
I feel like I'm watching just like a terrible documentary about a guy that you should hate. You know?
Yeah.
Which says from one persons who are subject to the section.
And I really don't like people who speak so slow. Like, ugh.
I'm not hearing any points. That's the problem.
No. It's a lot of pauses. You know? It's like he's reading Shakespeare because he thinks he's so, like, everything he says is so incredibly profound that you, as the layman listener, should probably just hang on every word he says. Like, no, dude. Just answer the question. I don't care.
So let's focus on the offense element, which you describe as engaged in insurrection. And you've looked at a number of historical sources to try and derive what that meaning is, correct? Okay. And in your report, you talk about the difficulties of arriving at a conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about why you found it, or currently find it, very difficult to to reach a conclusion as to the offense
Wait,
element.
he
Based
doesn't
on-
even reach a conclusion in his analysis. What the fuck is he a witness for then? If he's not sure, then he's not sure.
In the direct definition,
Jesus Christ.
engage in insurrection against the Constitution.
Christ on a cracker. This
Right?
cracker.
This cracker.
Professor Machiavelli.
Saltine. You're a saltine.
Not what that phrase means. And say, and testify, it is essentially to engage in
You guys are making me do new things here.
insurance
Hey. You know?
against
That's what we do. Oh, yeah, you got to do the thing with the ears. Yeah, it's hard to hear. I'm sorry.
No, this is Eastman.
and that
Well done.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, Joe. You
I have it pulled up
like,
on my computer,
turn us
too.
down.
I
You can't hear anything anyway. I will turn us down.
Lolo, I literally brought my laptop with me to the grocery store.
That is fucking dedication. Awesome. And that's why we are friends.
I am also outside of Office Max right now at this moment to get a new whiteboard. So thank you
Nice.
for everybody for reminding me I needed to go get a new one.
Don't forget the red string. Yeah, which account? Max, tell him which account.
Without such guidance.
There it is. And it's a 0 at the end.
Which could
Yeah,
define
that's a 0 at
under
the end
Section
for
5
Max.
hours what it means to engage in insurrection against the Constitution of the United States.
Okay.
Congress has enacted a statute that purports to provide us with that definition. That leads me to the conclusion that the courts, as a matter of constitutional policy, should defer to Congress and not decide a case
What? Whoa.
on the merits of whether or not someone had engaged in insurrection against the Constitution. There's just inadequate guidance.
Wait, is he saying Congress?
I thought the whole line was the president of the Senate.
No. He's talking about to determine whether or not an offense rises to to meet the threshold of what an insurrection is.
I hope so. Dempsey too. His handle is his handle. Like,
Only for
how do
reasons
I know?
of really sort of constitutionally inflected reasons, lead the court to abstain from deciding what that phrase means and toss the ball over to Congress to act in section.
Now, Professor Delahunty, I'm looking at our court, who I think has a inquisitorial look on her face. Your Honor, if you have a question, I'm certainly willing to defer for a moment.
I'm just trying to have examples of situations in which a court has basically said the Constitution is too hard for me to interpret, therefore I'm gonna let Congress tell me what it means. In general, I think that that's exactly the job of the court, is to interpret the Constitution. And so I'd love to hear from you as to why you think in this instance that what I need to do is say it's too hard, Congress tell me what it means.
Woo!
No, I don't have a case law to decide. This really sort of approaches the question of whether Section 5, Section 3 is self-executing. It goes more to that. And sort of the prudential or the Constitution.
Oop, I'm getting a phone call. I might drop off. Hold on, I'll be back.
All right, cool.
Let me ask you this, Professor Delahunty. You looked at a number of sources in an attempt to reach a meaningful definition of engage in insurrection under Article 3, correct? And you looked at the prize cases. Do you remember that?
Not actually, but I do remember the prize cases.
Do you think the
Whoa,
prize cases were
those are
able to
sausage
give you
fingers.
sort
What
of
the
a
hell, dude?
confidence on
Drink
what the
some
meaning
water,
of
for fuck's sake.
engage in insurrection?
What's going on
Well,
here?
First of all, the prize cases, which is probably the court Supreme Court case, we're in the Civil War. Prize cases do help with distinguishing between organized rebellion and insurrection. So, most actually defining them on insurrection means it's certainly something with a big class and rebellion. They're helpful in that way. But only so doesn't extricate because we must get the Constitution at the time of the prize cases. The prize cases do not extricate what it means to engage in insurrection against the Constitution because the 14th Amendment had been ratified not until July 1868.
I think he's more of the Sherlock Holmes type.
They are helpful in the general way, suggesting that insurrection is different from a rebellion. That's something more high grade than a riot, but something lower than a rebellion. And insurrection, I think the court there says something like, insurrections can, in many circumstances, lead to rebellion, but they don't have to. So I think that this was suggesting.
Oh, true. But it doesn't. He doesn't light it. He just keeps it in his mouth.
I'm going to ask you to stay a little bit closer to the microphone when you speak,
Oh my gosh,
Professor.
Melissa, it's just.
I suffer
so
from
boring.
the same
It's so
challenge.
boring, and nobody actually could tell you what has been said this morning.
And then you also looked at the charges in re charge to the grand jury. Correct. There was a
But I
particular case from
recommend going
1894
back
from the
to
Northern
the
District
part
of
where
Illinois.
it's
Do you remember
just
that?
me and Joe and Gal on screen because there's some
And
great
after looking at that, were you able
about
to
Eastman.
have any confidence of what engage in insurrection against the Constitution meant?
Well, I think that, no, not as to be in that precise. No, it helps to understand what insurrection meant, at least later.
Happy Igors.
Okay. And then you also looked at, in case of Davis, which was a federal judicial opinion, talking about how insurrection or rebellion may be committed by giving counsel to enemies or others raising insurrection. Do you remember that? As a general matter. And my question really goes to all of these cases that you identified. Do they give you a sense of confidence in creating a definition of what engage in insurrection against the Constitution is?
Engage in insurrection against the Constitution. Only then they have to understand what engage is. That's what insurrection is.
And even from the prize cases, the most you were able to glean is that insurrection is something more than a riot and something less than a rebellion.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. In your view, looking at the sources and article, section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and I think you've talked about this, but how does insurrection equate to insurrection against the Constitution? And why is that?
Well, self-evidently, there are different terms, and I agree with Professor Mandela that some limiting principle should be imported into the term insurrection used in Section 3.
So when you understood your testimony before to be that the problem you have with Professor Paddock's opinion is that he's saying insurrection against the Constitution is essentially an insurrection against the constitutional proceeding.
Against the execution.
The execution of the Constitution. And that those words.
That's what it is about it. There's an interference with the execution of the Constitution.
Oh my God, speaking to the fucking microphone.
And I guess, and my understanding what you're saying is that you don't know what execution and what insurrection against the Constitution means without adding those extra words, and that's why you think that covers seats to decide.
Yes.
Okay, let me mercifully move on from the subject of insurrection.
He is supposed an expert on the 14th
and
Amendment.
I'd like to talk a little bit
wrong.
about the doctrine of or the application of preemption.
Professor Delahanty, in the middle of the courtroom, you'll see a small children's pool filled with Wesson
by
oil.
a state court.
You will now
And you remember
disrobe, and
opining
you and
about that in
Marioka
your,
will go at it.
In your expert report.
Yes, that's the crucial issues in this case. I the meaning of officer of the United States is used in Section 3 upon whether Section 3 is judicially enforceable by state or federal courts.
Section 3 is not judicially enforceable.
Legislation from Congress.
Okay. So
This is, you know what? The good news is, people, you're not
so
missing
we've
a
covered the
bloody
difficulties
motherfucking
of
thing. 'Cause
defining
he's not
insurrection.
saying anything.
Let's talk about.
Oh my God.
Well, let me ask you. We've got two more subjects I'd like to talk about. One is to whom Section 3 applies, and whether it's enforceable or state or judicial, a state or federal judicial courts. Let's talk about the enforcement provision, if we may. Okay.
Let me play with my beard.
There were several instances of several actions that Professor Magliocca believed constituted enforcement. Obviously, you have a different viewpoint. Why do you believe that?
Can we start just with what exactly, what provision, what clause in the article he's referring to as the enforcement?
Okay. What's the basis for your view that Section 3 is not enforceable by state or federal courts?
Well, it could be enforceable if there were legislation under Section 5. But just I'm not really
Let's stay a little closer to the microphone. I know you're being a professor and moving about to keep the audience engaged, but I'm going to ask you to be glued to that microphone, please.
The question is, how is Section 3 to be enforced and enforced by a court, state, and federal, independently of any action by Congress, or not? There's some enforcement mechanism that Congress provides necessary for enforcement of Section 3. Put it simply, can I just show up at a courthouse one day and ask for Section 3 to be enforced, or does there have to be some implementing mechanism to enforce Section 3 that Congress has provided?
And what's the basis for your opinion that that as currently, based on the historical documents, that the Section 3 is, Section 3 is not enforceable absent action from Congress?
Well, my understanding is this. First of all, as a general matter, the Constitution should not be understood to provide enforcement actions for its provisions. Directly, taking the negative section 3, or a case, two cases from the Supreme Court, the supremacy clause, which declares that federal law is Constitution.
Oh, this is just obfuscation or whatever that is. Bullshit. Well, this is better. It's bullshit.
So in these two Supreme Court cases, the latter of which was from 2015, the court ruled that the supremacy clause was not directly enforceable.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Yeah.
He said he wants to talk about historical sources, that's one thing, but he said that he wants to talk about free interpretation of contemporary judicial precedent. I don't think that's proper.
He teaches first year law.
I think we'll be able to tie it up, but I'm certainly happy to start with a different approach here.
Okay, because I tend to agree with
Oh.
So this is stated objection.
Okay. Looking at the historical record, I believe that you referred at one point in your report to and as has Professor Magliocca, the Griffin's case.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you explain how that's relevant to the self or non-self executing nature of the 14th Amendment, Section 3?
Margaret, putting it in perspective.
The Griffin case is decided not so long. 14th Amendment, including Section 3. And I think it helps us to understand what in the mind of framers and ratifiers and voters generally, Section 3 was understood to mean, and it's an opinion by.
Wow, you just can't answer a fucking question.
That addresses the question of whether Section 3 can be directly enforceable without implementing legislation, or whether legislation is required. Basis of Chase's opinion, and Chase was not only the chief. It's not an opinion for the Supreme Court. It's an opinion by Chief Justice Chase, writing sir. But it's soon after the Section 3 is ratified and put into the Constitution, and it's by someone who was not a Chief Justice, but a very fine lawyer and a politician and a potential candidate for the presidency. And it's soon after the ratification of Section 3. So I think its weight authority as to what Section 3 does and does not in the absence of action by Congress under Section 5 enforcement.
Oh my God.
And Chase holds that it's one of his three holdings that Section 3 is not directly judicially enforceable. And that strikes me as very powerful evidence. I'm not saying it's a binding precedent. For one thing, it's by the justice of the Supreme Court. Well, it's not. It's not. It's not the Supreme Court. But it strikes me as very powerful evidence as to the original public understanding of what Section 3 did. And there was consideration given in Congress.
He's not made any
even
actual
Chase's opinion.
Points.
There was consideration about the
I can't.
to enforce Section 3 by acting under Section 5. And that ripened into enactment in 1870, after Chase's opinion, the enactment of the Enforcement Act of 1870. So Congress took the signal from Chase that
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's audible or not, Max. It's not. He's not saying anything.
Daddy Stevens, who was part of told to step up to the plate and enforce, provide legislative mechanisms to enforce Section 3. But it is relevant to a question before the court here of whether it can, without congressional action, decide reach the merits of whether it needs some congressional action before it does it. This applies to both state and federal courts. Now, the word case, I think you mentioned that, and it's certainly very prominent in Professor Maglio's testimony. The word case is a North Carolina case which is decided before Griffin's case, doesn't take account of it, certainly doesn't undercut Chase's opinion because it's the Worthy case is decided in January 1869. Chase's opinion is done in late July 1869. If I were a judge in North Carolina,
It doesn't matter, Siegfried. He's not saying anything.
Chase's opinion in Griffin's case, I would have discussed it in my opinion at Worthy come 6 months after.
What's it on,
Griffin's
Tom?
case, I would certainly have taken account, positively or negatively, but I would have taken account of what the Chief Justice of the United States had said in Griffin.
What was the Worthy case about? Was that actually a direct interpretation of the U.S. Constitution?
Well, as I read it, the North Carolina court is acting under a North Carolina statute that incorporates and makes state law qualifications based on Section 3. It's not direct enforcement of Section 3 per se. It's enforcement of a state statute that takes Section 3, incorporates it, and applies it to state officials and state officers, which, of course, a state can do. A state can rule on the qualifications or disabilities or whatever of its own state government officials. And it can do. And I think that's what North Carolina did, was attempting to do. So, as to whether globally, Section 3 per se is self-enforcing, I don't think Worthy has much more presented as any equivalence.
Okay.
Of course, that explicit, I think we see it's acting under North Carolina statute.
Now, shortly after Chief Justice Chase issued a decision in the Griffiths case with respect to the self-executing nature, he also ruled in another case, the second Griffiths case, that was, I believe Professor Maglioka and others have stated contradicts
He's
earlier
working.
viewpoint on, or his earlier ruling on self-execution. Can you address that, please?
Scott.
Yeah, the argument that Professor Maglioka and others make
Oh,
is
YouTube.
that,
Okay.
Chase took inconsistent positions on the enforceability of Section 3 in Jefferson Davis case from what he said in Griffin's case. First of all, I would say it's not absolutely clear why Chase said he won't vote in the Jefferson Davis case. That's a dispute among scholars, but I'm going to say that he was of the view that in the Jefferson Davis case, Section 3 was not self-executing. So let's posit that there was a contradiction between Chase and Jefferson Davis and Chase and Griffin. That's possible. I don't think that matters because judges, professors can change their minds, and maybe he did. But the real thing to look at is the quality of his judicial reasoning in Griffin's case. We don't really have an account of any judicial reasoning he may or may not have had in Jefferson Davis' case. So we do have this authority in Griffin's case by Chief Justice. If he's trapped in some kind of contradiction, does that really matter? Look at the quality of the reasoning in Griffin's. Okay. But in any event, even if we do catch Chase in some kind of opposition, contradiction, I think, even if we think we have, I would say that the two cases are reconcilable because Jefferson Davis's legal
I
counsel
know.
appeared to have been threatening to use Section 3 as a defense in Jefferson Davis's, it never happened, but his forthcoming trial.
We will in just a
by
minute.
the federal prison judge.
I'm getting
So that
some
would have been a
intel.
defensive use of Section 3. And maybe Section 3 can be used defensively against a charge of criminal treason.
No, he's Sebastian Gorking his way all the way through this.
Was that President Johnson pardoned him, and that short circuit trial just sure it never happened. Pardoned him from the charge of having committed the federal crime of treason. So David Davis's lawyers were sad that they were planning to use Section 3 as a shield defense to they sort of thought that Section 3 had displaced
There's Gal.
or overcome
Welcome back.
the prison statute in his respect. Whereas in Griffin, Chase was really saying that Section 3 could not independently and directly be used as a sword on which to base a claim to affirmative relief. And the plaintiff, who was a prisoner, was seeking federal habeas relief, so affirmative relief, based on Section 3. That would be using Section 3 as a sword. And Chase reasoned it's not self-executing in that sense. And that opinion, Chase's opinion in Griffin's case, was cited affirmatively, and even the sword shield distinction in it was approved of in a 1979 Fourth Circuit. So Chase's view about the way in which Section 3 was non-self-executing, Chase's view was considered a good law until, at least until 1979. I think it's a good law, but it's a lot.
Are we up to 1979 already?
Of course, it was as late as 1979. That case is Cole versus City of Covington.
Okay. Did you
Right?
did you come across any historical documents or analysis that leads you to conclude that Congress embraced Chase's interpretation of Section 3?
So, the question of whether various iterations of Section 3
Don't get him all excited.
would be self-enforcing or not came before Congress, actually pretty early in the process of ratifying Section 3. Thaddeus Stevens, who was kind of the leader in the House of the radical Republicans, said the version of Section 3 preferred would need congressional implementation. And he reiterated that when leading Congress in 1868. So there's that. But after Chase, now, to my knowledge, there's no mention explicitly of Griffin in Congress after it came down. But I think it's reasonably safe to assume that Congress, after.
Oh, but sir, don't you know what happens when you assume?
It's much more likely that they knew of in Griffin's case than in Worthley's case.
At least he seems to be entertaining himself.
I think he's delighted.
we will enact legislation that is kind of reinforces JFC because it provided in the Enforcement Act of 1870 a mechanism by which a federal district attorney could, in certain cases, bring Section 3 cases against in court against certain federal officials because they accepted senators and members of the House, but against another class of officials, the federal district attorney was authorized by the federal statute to bring enforcement actions in federal courts alone. So that was how, as I see Congress responded to Chase, even though, to my knowledge, it didn't explicitly, nobody in the debates explicitly referred to.
So your view is that congressional enactment, the Congress enacted implementing legislation for Section 3.
Pretty soon after.
And so, sort of based on your approach to this historical analysis, your view is that they knew about the Griffins case or were likely to have known about it?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, it's the opinion by the Chief Justice.
Okay.
So under this theory, essentially the question whether this provision of the 14th Amendment is even exists, right? I mean, on Congress, I mean, it's essentially giving Congress the power to decide what amendments to apply or not apply.
Well,
Could you please move?
Could you please fucking sit up like an adult? This has no chance. No one really does this stuff. Are you still talking, sir? I've stopped listening.
My question is just a little bit different, which is if the only way to enforce a constitutional provision such as this is through legislation, then essentially it's leaving to Congress to decide whether or not the prohibition exists at all.
Yes, I mean, unless you try to implement it in a way, align it through a statement, statute, incorporating section by reference, but direct that because I really want to respond to the question. Yes, I mean, in fact, I think students at the time basically were saying, even earlier, students were saying, hey, Section 3 is a dead letter. It's a dead letter unless we provide some enforcement mechanism. And, generally speaking, Congress at the time wanted to take charge of the Reconstruction program. And so I think people like we want to decide how and when and whether to enforce Section 3 or read it to be a dead letter. Obviously, Stevens thought that was a very poor idea, but that's what he was saying he wanted. His college, we can't let this stay a dead letter. And so in the Enforcement Act of 1870, they basically said, we're going to leave it a dead letter, at least for now, as applied to people like us, members of Congress. But we're going to make it a live letter when applied to another group.
Because this is the seventh circle of hell, Melissa, and we're all here.
That it would be a dead letter and not judicially enforceable.
In your opinion, is today it's a dead letter? It's essential.
My opinion is that it is not judicially enforceable absent.
Go for it, Jim. Good job.
As applied to state officials, which is what North Carolina did, or it's not enforceable offensively and without an amended legislation.
So if Colorado had a statute that adopted Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, is your opinion, and then it would be enforceable?
It would be enforceable in Colorado as applied to state officials and state officers. Outside of that, I think it's not.
So at a federal level, your opinion is that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is a deadline exception, a non-existent constitutional provision because there's no way to enforce it.
Well, no, I don't think it's a component letter. We don't know whether it could have been used defensively, as Jefferson thinks. But it, like much of the 14th Amendment, requires congressional action
When? How does it? Why does it rely on Congress to provide a course of action relative to Section 3? He's basically saying that if Colorado adopted a statute based
Professor
on that,
Delahunty, I'm going to ask you to wait until the sirens go by.
he could, that Colorado could do it for state
characteristics of this
officials,
courtroom.
but now he's saying Congress has to do it if you're talking about federal offices. What? Where does it say that?
Said by this court in these cases that I mentioned earlier. That's the default position. The Constitution.
Here we go.
Whether it's Section 3 or
I don't.
The Constitution is not self-enforced in the relevant states. And the court in the latter, the Armstrong, explains why the Constitution is not automatically self-enforcing. And that is because Congress has to set a policy of the United States and can decide whether and how far to enforce the Constitution provisions and whether or not to. That's the general assumption of the Constitution. A general matter is not self-enforcing. So that's the Armstrong case.
Your Honor, may I continue, or do you have further follow-up? So let me ask you about historical examples of Congress refusing to seat members for whether viewed as treasonous or rebellious or types of behavior that would fall under the ambit of Section 3. Are those examples of congressional enforcement of Section 3?
Well, I don't think they are because, as I recollect, that part of the Mendoza's report, these two exclusions occurred before Section 3 was ratified. So that would not. Congress has the power to exclude members elect, and that was power to call, but so
I agree.
Ratification. Section 3 Congress took a view of its powers to exclude members elect, and it was acted under the provisions of Article 1 of the 14th Amendment to exclude members elect.
Okay.
For good cause. Now that's the type of exclusionary powers of Congress. We don't know if it's important power versus McCormick with specifically withheld opining on the question of whether Section 3 is a disqualification and the basis for congressional exclusion.
Is he still talking about Section 3 and like something dictionary?
Something dictionary, something.
Excuse
Lick
me
my
one moment,
fingers, something.
Something.
Yeah, that.
Let me move on to
I have a dog
I'm just double checking my notes here.
at me.
Were you able to identify any instances in the historical record of your view where Section 3 was enforced by state officials in state courts?
BRB,
Not
gotta
a-
walk that dog.
Not a state incorporation into state statute of Section 3 standards, but Section 3 itself directly enforced by state courts.
No.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to the third item that you had discussed in your report, in your opinion, with respect to an officer of the United States. Although before we move there, is there anything else that serves as the basis for your opinion that Section 3 is not self-executing?
Well, I've given the basic reasons, including for service. Reference to lines on text application. Let's be frankly, the case before it struck that basic. Soon,
Okay. Let's talk about the phrase "officer of the United States." Let me ask a question, and then we'll head there. What's your response or your opinion on Professor Magliocca's conclusions that the phrase "officer of the United States," as used in Section 3, includes the President and Vice President of the United States?
well, I disagree with that. And more, I look into that question before it's really wrong. I think that that term is, in essence, a term of art and has a specialized meaning. And this is back to the question of whether I had consulted legal dictionaries like Noah Webster on the meaning of insurrection. There is a legal concordance dictionary. It operates, looks like a dictionary. It's from 1883, I think, by John Lolo. And it offers legal definitions of various terms, including the term officer, and it cites supporting case law for its definition. That definition of officer has a separate, compartmentalized understanding, definition of officer of the United States. Now, this is 1883. It's later than the application of Section 3. But it's not too long after the conclusion of the Reconstruction period, which is commonly dated to 1876, the election of President Hayes. And so I think it's fair to say that officer of the United States was understood by the community of kind of people who had read this concordance book up. The definitions of it. I think it's fair to say that officer of the United States was understood to be a special term needing separate definition from officer.
And so what other sources did you look to define what officer of the United States means?
Well, there is the language, the text, the Constitution itself, and then there are a long variety of Supreme Court opinions going up to the fairly recent one by Chief Justice John Roberts, defining what officer of the United States means for purposes of the Appointments Clause. some of these appointments clause cases are publicly around the time of the ratification of Section 3, and they include Supreme Court, lower court federal cases with a definition of the term officer of the United States. And of course, very close copies to it appear in the text of the Constitution itself. And so far as possible, wants to construe these constitutional uses of the term officer of the United States to be consistent, to be the same. So the text of the Constitution uses the term in several contexts.
So has this guy said anything yet? Because my note taking is blank. I feel like maybe I missed something.
So I think both the text of the Constitution, especially this rule of consistent meaning in different uses, the text of the Constitution and the Supreme Court case law support the view from us.
Why is he still on the stand?
The term officer of the United States means the same thing in Section 2.
Because they need another break soon. So, you know.
Elsewhere in the Constitution, outside of the rules, including Section 3.
And why is it considered the anchorage?
Well, because of the principle, because of the case law, Supreme Court cases, some of it very recently, but also because if the term is to be used in a consistent way through the text of the Constitution, then it's got to be elsewhere what it means under the appointments clause.
Now, did you also look at the impeachment clause and the drafting? Documents involving the drafting of the impeachment clause as part of your opinion?
I don't know if I looked directly. I mean, closely at the.
Oh God, that's right. It's cross-examination. Oops, stop it.
The document, other than a citing for opinions that I looked at the original pre-70 bill. Did I look at the pre-law? Yes. The case law. I did some secondary sources about the process of drafting the impeachment process, and secondary sources showing that as used in those clauses, the officer of the United States had a meeting that was designed to exclude
You might be given a small town.
presidential impeachment.
Not far away from where we are now.
Lower executive level officials and federal officials. So treatment of those officials.
Okay. Let me. You also talked a bit about the with respect
No more
language of Section 3 involving the oath clause.
There you go.
I'm sorry, we've talked about that in Article 6.
Yeah. Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
Are there any other documents or bases of your opinion that an officer of the United States excludes the president and vice president?
Well, I think the language of the Constitution uses for prescribing Article 6 oath is striking from the language the Constitution uses in prescribing quite several presidential oaths.
That's the 17th Amendment.
Both clauses, Article 6.1 and Article 2. Okay? And the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment echoes the oath language of Article 6, where those who are subject to it have to take an oath to support the Constitution. If you go back to 3 from the other clause in section 6, it appears quite interesting that they were talking about the
So there you
class
have it.
who had to take Article 6.
Yeah.
Not the people who were talking that they didn't mean the Article 2 clause.
Oh.
That's, now, is there Professor Magliotta
Show us your tits.
that any sites mandatory charge from the 19th century that allows for some play and
I think he heard me.
as to what it means to take an oath to support the Constitution. That could be his historical source that some play and join such as this. But so what? That doesn't assimilate the Article 6 language.
Tits are get the fuck out of here. Come on. Show us that third nipple.
The Constitution. You can't just assimilate the language of the Article 2 of the laws into the language of Article 6 of the laws. That's beyond the language. It's a separate language.
Anyone else feel like KFC
Now,
now?
how do you respond? And I believe Professor Magliotta said, look, an oath to protect and defend is essentially an oath to support.
This guy is just
so they're
a bad
effectively the same thing.
That's stretching the language much too far. I mean, people who draft constitutional language very, very carefully.
This is it. It's winter after winter in this chat. He's been showing us his tits all day.
So I think he's going too far. I once ago was tasked with trying to draft an amendment to the Constitution that we gave up in the end.
Right.
And what's the basis for your opinion that people who
Cute dancing
draft
baby.
the draft constitutional provisions are very, very careful about the language they use?
What's the basis for my opinion?
Yes, and if you
Hearsay.
could explain to me the basis in the microphone, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, look, there's
Yeah, if you don't mind, that thing sticking out in your face, you're supposed to speak into it.
where he shows that you should asked to interpret the same term different articles of the Constitution in the same consistent way.
Sir, it was a yes or no question.
We're talking about canons of construction on modern scholars and sources.
Okay. So let me ask you, did, as a matter of historical analysis and knowledge, did
That's his
the
tell.
people
Don't
who
play poker with this
drafted
guy. I know.
Amendment
Be careful.
14, did they take care about the language they used and understand when they used language that mimicked other language or was different than other language? Let me try rephrasing.
What? What did you fucking ask? What is that question?
Terrible question. I was about to say.
I love it when lawyers say that.
No, I'm not objecting to my question, Your Honor. I'm simply withdrawing it.
I'm objecting to my own question because I'm dumb.
Officer of the United States or using an oath to support versus a different type of oath. The care and usage of language, did the framers of the 14th Amendment pay conscious attention
Objection. He didn't know the framers.
how that did or did not reflect other usage in other parts of the Constitution?
Well, the issue to draft an amendment to the Constitution came very early after the Civil War because it was considered generally why there was need to bring the Constitution up to date, and in particular, need to get rid of Dred Scott. So the Congress, very, very early in experiments that are 15-member joint committee, including members of the House and Senate, to do exactly that. They included some very fine lawyers
This guy's probably married.
Several draft versions of what later matures into the 14th Amendment, Section 3. And those proposals, which might have over months, by the members of both houses, they're represented to the House and Senate for consideration again by the legal lawyers.
I can't actually tell you anything that he has said this morning. I really can't. And I'm not even that high.
In the course of these deliberations, we've got to make sure that everything clicks in place. Now, do I make the assumption based on the care and length of the deliberations that the special select committee?
I said good day, sir.
Finally had enough, took her water and left.
Determine exactly who's covered, whose jurisdiction is covered.
She might be going to change her blouse.
Consideration to bring it into line with the rest of the Constitution, or else depart from the standard meaning. Yes, that is an assumption.
I have no further questions.
Oh.
Your Honor, if you have any further questions, we certainly appreciate the discourse that you may have.
I was just wondering, Professor Lolo, he showed us some discussion about the enactment of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, in which one of the senators stated, don't want to make sure it's applies to the president. And then somebody responded and said, well, it applies in the kind of catch-all phrase. And then Michelle says, oh yeah, I see you're right. So how does that discourse, which impact your opinion in this?
That's an conflict between Senator Johnson of Maryland and Senator, I can never remember what it was, I don't love of Maryland. Never mind. That colloquy concerns the disqualification clause of Section 3, not the jurisdiction. So it is relevant to interpreting from what offices a covered person who the relevant offense will be excluded. That's the start of the language. But it doesn't go to the coverage of jurisdiction section. You can't just map on.
Oh, isn't it though? Isn't it office hours?
Of Section 3 from what offices shall this person be excluded onto who is covered by Section 3. It goes more to whether the president's seat as an office is included in Section 3. Then it goes to the question of the president is or is not an officer of the United States. So I don't think it's relevant to the interpretation of judicial jurisdiction.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Your Honor, we have no further questions, and with that, we will release the witness.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck me. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
It's break time now. Time for a break.
Oh.
Mr. Grimsley can talk about this schedule.
Your Honor, that's a pretty hard time for him. He teaches class in the evening, and he's on the East Coast, so that's 3 o'clock for him, his time. So I think it would be fine with us to take him out of order. Just as much as I don't want to interrupt the cross-examination, I think it would make sense to do so.
And I guess the question for you, Professor Joe Hunting, is are you available
Get the fuck out.
Finish your cross-examination?
Terrible tits.
Take this other witness, or are you available today?
Today, yes.
Okay, it would be today. It just, we may go till noon and then break for lunch, do Mr. Heathy, and come back to you sometime later in the afternoon. Is that okay with you? Okay. So let's do about a half hour of.
Ooh, that's right.
If you're unfinished, we'll finish it here on the
So
street.
tough.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Let me just make sure we've got me up on the screens.
Here you go, gal. Dreamy McDreamerson.
We're on this
Attorney
one,
at
but not this one.
Love. I do love this guy. He is a little bit of a paper shuffler, though, so protect your ears.
Good morning, Mr. Delahunty. You're not claiming to be an expert in the history of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, are you? And certainly Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is not the main focus of your scholarly work, correct?
It has been for very few academics.
I want to look briefly at some of the things that you have published academic literature on.
Now you guys are making me think of that stupid
This is
stuff.
Petitioner's Exhibit 315. Is this your latest CV?
Yes, I did.
Is it 150 pages like Eastman's?
Yes, and this is the one we received, I believe, on
Yes,
Wednesday.
and it happens to include that time he did a stint at the Boom Boom Room as a
On
member of
page
the
3 of your
Champagne Club.
CV, we have some articles and book chapters here, and one of those is a book chapter deconstructing the deep state in the book Up from Conservatism. Do you see that?
Oh!
And you've also written on, for example, the major questions doctrine and the administrative state. You mentioned some publications on Shakespeare. Is this one of them here?
Yes.
And at the bottom, there's another one about Shakespeare's King Henry.
Shut up. I told
Is
you.
that right?
Here we go.
You have a lot of publications on foreign affairs
Boom Boom Room.
and international law, such as Toward a
It's the
Concert
back
of
room of the
Asia
lounge.
and the Crimean Crisis and the use of weaponized drones. Is that right?
Well, the first one was accepted publication, and then I think this publication by the university, by Journal University of Pennsylvania, was actually published. It was rejected. I think they just closed down. But yes,
But
It just got taken down.
But- and those are things
I
you
had an article up there.
well, it didn't publish. I don't know.
Do you mind just speaking a little bit closer to the microphone? Thank you.
I think I gave full disclosure. It was accepted for publication, but was not published.
And nothing. Oh,
Understand?
no, I'm
Fucking
sorry. I may
hell.
have misspoke. But let me ask you another question. Nothing on this page of your CV relates at all to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Is that right? And I'm not going to go through every item in your CV, but just on the next page, we do have some additional articles on things like international law, the laws of war, the Bush Doctrine, Latin America, things like that, correct? And again, there's nothing on this page, no publications that relate to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. On the next page of your CV,
He looks a little
once
worried.
again, there's articles on international relations, on the Kosovo crisis, on why American and European attitudes towards international law differ, on against foreign law, and things like that, correct? And again, on this,
If I may say, the piece about against foreign law is about the constitutional protection, whether foreign law should be incorporated into interpretation of constitutional law.
understood, and in your article against foreign law, you weren't discussing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
So the whole nature of cross-examination is that they're usually yes or no answers. And you kind of know where he's going, so you're tempted to answer before he finishes, but you gotta wait just for the court record, okay?
Okay.
And if we go to the next page of your CV, we have a few more articles on things like the Geneva Convention and the president's authority to conduct constitutional authority to conduct military operations and foreign affairs matters. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've also written on philosophy. For example, you have an article about Descartes, correct?
Yes.
And you've written a book on the philosopher Baruch Spinoza, true?
Yes.
You've never written a book with a central focus on the history of the 14th Amendment, have you?
That's Jovan's.
These days, you write a lot of political commentary, is that right?
Yes.
For example, you write articles and op-eds in Fox News and the National Review and the Federalist.
Yes.
For example, you wrote an article with John Yoo entitled Pushing Back on Cancel Culture. Do you see that?
Yes.
And on the next page, you have a number of articles about China and COVID, such as how to make China pay for COVID-19, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And if we go a few pages down the line, there's articles about things like the South Korean election, the Persian Gambit, and Brexit, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember writing an article in the Federalist this summer about why, in your view, Democrats can't ditch Biden?
Yes.
In that article, you claimed that Biden was suffering from what you called embarrassingly obvious cognitive decline. Is that right? In that article, you said that President Biden is surrounded by the stench of corruption, and you cited evidence from, quote, the Hunter Biden laptop. Do you remember that?
Oh, bitch!
In that article, you also discussed, quote, the pouch of cocaine found in Biden's White House. Do you remember that? And in that article, you referred to the Democrats and their deep state enforcers in the FBI and CIA. Do you recall that as well?
I can see it now.
You've never written a peer-reviewed article with a primary focus on the history of the 14th Amendment. Is that right?
That's right.
You've never published a peer-reviewed article about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, correct? Now, you have published one article talking about Section 3, is that right?
Yes.
That was an op-ed in the Federalist in August of this year?
That's right.
You'll agree with me that your op-ed in the Federalist was not a work of historical scholarship, right?
That's right.
It doesn't cite very many historical primary sources.
No.
You've never given expert testimony before, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you a few questions about historical methodology.
Well, it shows, sir.
Your
It shows.
Want to
historical
see a dead
work.
body,
I
everybody?
think you said on direct that you look at primary sources, correct? And it's always better to go back and look at the original primary sources than it is to take
Republican.
some secondary sources' word for what those primary sources say. Were any of the sources that
I
you
think
discussed
so,
on
Marie.
direct examination
No, he's
sources that were
is a Federalist.
uncovered through your own original archival research?
No.
not
In your
soon enough.
report, you said that you gave a draft of your report to Professors Blackman and Tillman. Do you recall that?
That's right.
You said that you gave Professors Blackman and Tillman a draft of your report because they have, quote, written extensively on the subjects discussed in my report, right? Unlike you, Blackman and Tillman have written extensively on the subject of whether the president is an officer of the United States under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. But you know that not all scholars agree with that view, right? You know that Professors William Bode and Michael Paulson disagree with that view? Did you ever ask Professors Bode or Paulson to comment on your draft report?
No.
You know that Mark Graber disagrees with the Blackman and Tillman view that the president is not an officer of the United States, right?
Word.
Well, I haven't read the Graber piece, but I assume that or disagree with Graber, Tillman, and Blackman.
You haven't read Mark Graber's piece discussing the history of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
No.
And so you never asked Mark Graber to comment on your draft report either.
You're gonna die up there.
Did you ever give a draft of your report to John Vlahopoulos?
No.
Do you know who that is?
Yes, I've seen references to recent work.
He also wrote an entire article responding to the Blackman and Tillman position that the president is not an officer under Section 3, right?
I didn't know that. Yes.
You didn't know about that article,
you
and you
didn't
didn't
know?
read the article where John Vlahopoulos responds directly to the Blackman and Tillman position.
I told you guys, they don't read anything. They don't read.
You didn't solicit comments from any scholars who disagree with your opinion on whether the president is an officer of the United States.
I also said that earlier. Yeah.
About us, do rely on.
Right.
I want to pull up your report. Petitioners Exhibit 227. And does this appear to be the expert report that you served in this case?
Yes.
Do you recall that in your expert report you have, starting on page 5, a background to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment? And if we scroll through, just that section is about 7 pages long, and it goes until page 12 of your report.
Yes.
In that entire section, you don't cite a single primary source, do you, sir? You do cite to Professor Kurt Lash's recent article on Section 3, though, right?
Yes.
And certainly you don't cite any original historical research that you've done. And in this article by Kurt Lash, that's your only citation in your background section, that's a draft paper that hasn't been published yet, right? That was actually posted on SSRN just a few weeks ago.
Dude, tearing him apart.
Professor Lash's draft paper. Petitioners Exhibit 289. Does this
There we
appear to
go.
be the article from
There we
Professor Lash
go.
that you relied on?
There we go.
If we go to page 3 of Professor Lash's article, there's a footnote here, footnote 5, and it says a robust scholarly debate has emerged regarding the proper reading of Section 3 terms, such as office and officer, and those who have previously taken an oath as an officer of the United States. Do you see that? And then he cites a number of scholars, right? And some of the scholars he
I'm
cites
popping popcorn next to the cross-examination.
Seriously.
your draft report too, right? He also cites William Bode and Michael Paulson, right?
Yes.
And he also cites Mark Graber, whose paper you said you never read, correct? He also cites, as a contributor to this robust scholarly debate, Gerard Magliocca, who you understand is petitioner's expert in this case, who testified earlier this week, correct? Professor Lash does not list you as having made any contributions to the robust scholarly debate about the proper meaning of office and officer under Section 3. Is that right?
Damn!
If we go to page 48, there's
Sir,
another footnote.
You would agree that nobody
and
knows what you're
it's a
really
long
doing here.
footnote. I'm not going to ask about the substance of what the sources are talking about, but I just want to ask you, do you see in footnote 218, Professor Lash cites an opinion reported in the Times-Picayune and a jury charge reported in the Tennessean? And at the end of that footnote, Professor Lash says, my thanks to Gerard Magliocca for the pointer to these opinions, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in Professor Lash's article is there an acknowledgement given to you for any contribution that you made to the historical record, correct? And in fact, Professor Lash's article doesn't cite you anywhere in his draft article. Is that right? Your Honor, at this point, we would renew our motion to exclude the testimony under Section 702.
Nobody heard it anyway, so
Not to get any question, as I said, Professor Delahunty had his expertise in reviewing historical documents and applying them to constitutional provisions, and his lack of scholarly contribution to Section 3 in particular, I don't think excludes him from testifying on the opinions that he's testified to today.
Whoop whoop.
Thank you, Your
Bye.
Honor. At this point,
Wasted
I'm
your
going to
time.
move on to the substance of his opinions, but I know we only have a few minutes left, so I wanted to see if you wanted me to start with that, or if we want to just break for lunch now.
Why don't you start, just since we're running a little bit behind today, and go for about 10, 15 minutes, and maybe take a little bit shorter.
Sure. Mr. Delahunty, I believe you said on direct that the 14th Amendment was, that you begin your constitutional law classes with the 14th Amendment. Is that right?
Yes.
And you called,
I said, probably what I said, began it with Scott.
Dred Scott and then a discussion of the 14th Amendment.
Yes.
And you referred to the 14th Amendment as a second founding of our Constitution. Is that right?
Yes.
The 14th Amendment is not some kind of second class constitutional amendment. You'd agree with that, right?
Although, well, I don't think you can make it. What is it? I asked for clarification.
You can ask him
I don't know where he teaches.
Again, to let him finish his questions before you start to answer.
I don't understand the distinction you're trying to broadcast between first class and second class amendments.
Well, I'm not sure I do either. I'm just trying to make the point that there's nothing that says that the 14th Amendment is somehow lesser than any other constitutional amendment, right?
Oh my God, this guy.
I wanna start by
I
talking-
didn't have time. I was driving before, but
Three
he
is
wrote
in
like memos
where it needs congressional-
about how the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to domestic military operations against foreign terrorists.
ambiguous text.
He also wrote that presidents have the inherent authority to suspend any provision of a treaty at any time without notice to Congress.
And even in
I
the
mean, this guy's
14th
a fucking
terms
hack.
like due process
Yeah.
and equal
He did.
protection. Are you aware of judicial decisions
Oh, here we go.
saying
University of St.
that
Thomas School of Law
we
in
can't
Minneapolis,
tell
Minnesota. Thanks,
what an
Melissa.
unreasonable search and seizure is or due process of law is unless
But
Congress
doesn't
tells
that say 2002 to 2003? Or wait, no, like it's
When
not.
you teach
He's not still
constitutional
there,
law,
is
do you
he?
teach Marbury v. Madison?
Yes.
And that's a case where the Supreme
ITT
Court,
Institute.
Chief Justice John Marshall said it's emphatically the province of the judicial branch to say what the law is, right?
Oh yeah, Rogue's on it.
You know that courts interpreted and applied Section 3 pursuant to state law even before Congress enacted implementing legislation.
Jen Ellis with a beard. He's the
Your opinion, one of your opinions is that it's difficult to understand how the phrase insurrection was defined during Reconstruction, correct?
Yeah, sure. I've been to Harvard too.
But you agree with petitioners that Section 3 remains in force even outside the context of the Civil War.
I do. And so stated.
And you agree that Section 3 has continuing relevance to any future insurrection or rebellion.
Yes.
You also agree that insurrection need not rise to the level of an organized rebellion.
That is what the Supreme Court says. Prize cases, I agree.
And the prize cases were cases that came up during the Civil War where the Supreme Court said just that, right?
Say.
Where the Supreme Court said that an insurrection need not rise to the level of a rebellion.
Yes.
And insurrection also need not rise to the level of a civil war. Is that right?
Yes.
Pew 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 pew.
You're not
It also
saying
need not be armed.
or a guilty plea on a charge of insurrection is a necessary condition for a Section 3 disqualification.
No.
No, I do not so.
On direct examination, when you were
That's a
talking
bit. That's a
about
big answer right there.
versus an oath
Wow.
to support the Constitution, you said that the drafters of the Constitution were very careful with their words. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it
So
your
you see
testimony
the
that they were so
swastika?
careful with their words that they used a term insurrection that just had no clear meaning? Well, you testified that the framers were careful with their words, but you've also testified that insurrection is a sufficiently unclear term that we need Congress to tell us what it means. Is that right?
Did I testify to that? Remember what I think I did, yes. Certainly that question of guidance would be helpful.
You just said no, bitch.
Whisper, judge, does cross-examinations are yes or no? Sir, thank you, move on.
He fucking said earlier
Can I
that
just
Congress
ask you
was
to
the
speak a little
only
closer to
one
the
who
mic?
could enforce on the
Thanks.
federal level Section 3, and now he's like, fuck you.
Section
I'm
5.
listening to some of it.
Section 3.
And other provisions of the 14th Amendment, like Section 1, also implicate Section 5, right?
Yes.
Now, if I have trouble knowing what a word means, sometimes I go to a dictionary. So let's look at.
Oh my God, I just had a joke lined up in my brain about dictionary and he did it. I swear we're like on the same level, man.
The appendix of materials that we looked at with Professor Magliocca. Page 785, I believe you testified about Webster's on direct, but we didn't look at it. Webster's in the antebellum period defined insurrection as a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of law in a city or state, correct? And Webster's was not the only dictionary in the antebellum period that defined insurrection in just this way, was it?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
I think that Webster's definition is the essence of it, maybe not word for word, particularly execution of law in a single statement. Widely accepted, even followed.
You cite some cases in your report as well, and I just want to pull that discussion up. Plaintiff's Exhibit 227 is your report. And if we go to page 71, there's a discussion of a Georgia Supreme Court case in 1868 called Chanceley versus Bailey. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in Chanceley versus Bailey, the year that the 14th Amendment was ratified, the Georgia Supreme Court said, if the late war had been marked merely by armed resistance of some of the citizens of the state to its laws or to the laws of the federal government, as in the cases of Massachusetts in 1789 and in Pennsylvania in 1793, it would very properly have been called an insurrection, and the acts of such insurgents would have been held as illegal, correct?
Yes.
You also testified on direct about the instructions by Justice Catron that we looked at in Professor Magliocca's testimony, and you called those grand jury instructions helpful in understanding insurrection. Is that right?
Yes.
And just to make sure we're all looking at the same thing.
Ce n'est pas un micro.
If we go a few pages into 752 of Professor Magliocca's appendix, Justice Catron instructed the jury that the conspiracy and the insurrection connected with it must be to affect something of a public nature concerning the United States, to overthrow the government or some department thereof, or to nullify and totally hinder the execution of the United States law or constitution or some part thereof, or to compel its abrogation, repeal, modification, or change by a resort to violence. That was the instruction that you found helpful, correct?
Yes.
Did you also look at Justice Chase, not the Chief Justice, the other Justice Chase, defined insurrection in the case of Fries?
No.
If we go to page 834 of Professor Magliocca's appendix, this is case of Fries.
Page 834 of an appendix.
Right.
If we go to page 841, The court says, on this general position, the courts are of the opinion that any such insurrection or rising to resist or prevent by force or violence the execution of any statute of the United States for levying or collecting taxes, duties, imposts, or excises, or for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, or for any other object of a general nature or national concern under any pretense, as that the statute was unjust, burdensome, oppressive, or unconstitutional, is a levying war against the United States within the contemplation and construction of the Constitution. Correct?
Yes.
And that also uses this language we've seen earlier about a rising up to resist by force or violence the execution of law. Correct?
Yes.
So I guess you agree with it. We claim this as our defense or our witness, sir.
I just want to finish this line of questioning by asking about your example where you say that Professor Magliacca's definition of insurrection against the Constitution would essentially mean that Section 3 covers any effort to obstruct the mail. Do you remember that testimony? Well, that's your interpretation. That's not something Professor Magliacca ever testified about, correct? Do you remember that when Professor Magliacca gave his definition of insurrection, his definition was a group of persons resisting execution of law by force or threat of force? And do you also recall that Professor Magliacca explained that Section 3 only applies to those who had previously sworn an oath in certain kinds of official capacities?
That was my recollection of this testimony.
If a person has never been in government and never taken an oath to the Constitution, does Section 3 have anything to do with them at all?
No.
Well, that's a requirement of the offense element who having taken an oath to support.
Mm-hmm. Keep going. Keep trying, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I think this would be a good time to break for lunch.
We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for Mr. Heafy, and then we will finish your testimony, Professor Gelati, after Mr. Cuddy is done, okay?
We eat the mac and cheese in the cafeteria.
And they absolutely have lunch.
Witness blows.
But not discuss my testimony.
And the rule is you're not supposed to discuss your testimony with counsel. We do want you to eat. Okay.
Don't drink though, like the last guy.
Yeah, careful with that one.
Yeah, careful, because the bar across the street is, they're a little heavy-handed on the pour, if you know what I mean. Joe, are you coming to lunch? I'm going to go grab a salad. I'll be right there. Joe, do you have any updates on fucking Eastman?
Oh, it's going awesome.
Oh. Any nuggets you want to share, or is it just?
Well, they have their rebuttal witness on. OCTC has Dr. Grimmer on, who's the statistician.
From last night. He's great. He is.
Yeah,
great.
he's really doing well. A couple of things that he said, which I thought was interesting when talking about the contrast analysis report that they put together, which is the thing that they were sort of hanging their hat on.
Right.
Basically, what the contrast analysis report was talking about was how the two parties did in 2016 versus how they did in 2020. So they were kind of comparing to see, the percentage of vote totals that each were getting and what the differences were.
The rejection rates and all that. Yeah.
And using that information to sort of create this, narrative around there's just no possible way that Biden could have had enough votes given what was happening in 2016. Yeah. Of course, all of that doesn't take into consideration the candidate. It's completely, irrelevant. It's just looking at numbers, it's completely wrong. So what I thought was interesting was Grimmer said that there is nothing interesting, surprising, or revealing in the report. There was no point in doing it. He said that they got the math right, but doing the math wasn't worth doing.
It didn't answer the question.
No. No.
And I remember Grimmer speaking yesterday. So what they did was, for example, they looked at rejection rates and they said, "Oh my God, rejection rates went way, way down." And basically, they just let everything in Atlanta. What a mess. Well, it turns out that the prevailing wisdom in statistical analysis of elections is that you have to, number one, look at your population of ballots, which they did. They expanded the number of ballots that this one guy was taking into account. It included ballots that shouldn't have been included. And then also, wasn't there something about, well, the fact is that Grimmer basically said,
I wrote it down.
in fact, their data doesn't show what they purport it to show. Yeah. And the other piece that I want to make sure I get in is the 2018, the fact that the percentage had already been, going down because of voter education, because of all these other, that you couldn't tie it. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Gal, because you could. Yeah.
No, you're right. No, you're right. The one other thing I would just mention, because I wrote it down, well, one thing is that they essentially applied, the rejection rate for signatures to all ballots in Georgia. But 74% of ballots in Georgia are not subject to signature verification because they're done in person or done with an ID in person. And so what they did, and the reason they had this like different ratio and a different number, was because they were applying the formula to the wrong, set of numbers. Yeah. And then on top of that, the causal effects he was talking about between 2016 and 2020 was that the demographic of voters was getting younger and younger, as well as HB 316, which was passed in 2019 in Georgia, which essentially allowed for mail-in ballots to be cured. And what he was explaining by that is that it gave voters an opportunity, if their signature was not matching or they forgot to fill out the front of the envelope, or they're missing some kind of box or circle, whatever on the thing, that they would have an opportunity from an election worker who would call them to cure their ballot, and they could come in and prove with an ID that it was in fact their ballot and their signature, and it would be cured at that point and counted. So in essence, it wouldn't be rejected unless the person didn't come in to cure it. And so that had a huge impact on the signature rejection because it gave voters an opportunity to prove that it was them.
Right.
And that was passed in 2019, which would completely change, the outcomes of rejection rates from 2016, even 2018 to 2020 because of that.
God.
They're going methodically through each and every one of the witnesses that they put on the stand, all the different experts, and Grimmer's just going through each one of their reports. Not in too much depth, but he's pretty much saying that they may have gotten the math right, but what they were looking at wasn't correct. One of the things that he said just now was the impact of 8 and 9-year-olds who were registered to vote, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So what he was saying was, that's not even possible because there are since the the Help America Vote Act,
right?
ID is required to register. So the 8 and 9-year-olds theory about being registered, that was just debunked.
God. I know, right, Max? My signatures don't look anything like they did when I registered to vote either.
Yeah, my signature changes month to month, to be honest. It really does. But the last time I had to sign something, I looked at it and said, well, who's that?
Right, exactly. I'm like, I don't know if that's my signature, frankly. Yeah, it's just, this is such good stuff. Wow.
I'm sorry, Lola, but what's also interesting about what they're saying in terms of that particular thing, there has been so much work done from like the Heritage Foundation and groups like that to require IDs and voter ID laws. The fact that these voter ID laws were now also put in place to prevent 8 and 9-year-olds from registering just goes to show that they're just not going to be satisfied. They got the rules they want, we went and played by those rules, and it's let's
It's
let's
not
do something different now.
right, because it's not about that. It's like looking for any. That's why it's so fascinating to me to have all these arguments pulled apart at the seams, because what they've been relying on, just like all the people with the election fraud data, right? The Seth Keshels, the Doug Franks, all of them. When you actually look at the data, you start to, even a moron like me who is not a statistical, I did not take statistics, but I can read an Excel sheet and I can follow their descriptions, which are lacking. Even their descriptions don't have enough information for you to adequately assess what it is you're looking at, right? And I just this is why they have flooded the zone with shit, and that is their only MO. And they're counting on the fact that people are too overwhelmed by all the data or bullshit that they won't take a second look. And that's why these lawyers are so brilliant, that they're just pushing people to say no. Like, did you even read the scholarly data on this, you moron? And I don't know. It's really striking to
Well,
me.
it's a great culmination of the entire apparatus of like anti-government sentiment. Discredit the experts, discredit the system, discredit the agencies. And so if you can do that, then you can tell the population who is now less educated and doesn't trust any authority all of these lies that that create a system that keeps you in power. So it's just like from top to bottom being shown for what it is. And for what it is to discredit experts so that they can, say, well, we don't need to read scholarly work because scholarly work is the deep state, or it's biased, or, it's not, it goes against conservative values. It's all of these things that all have to work together in order to convince a population that being that they are a majority that they actually are not, right? And it's just attacks on the education system embolden them to continue to lie to people because people don't have the ability or critical thinking skills to look through this stuff themselves. It is complicated. Like, let's be real about it. People aren't stupid because they don't understand it. People are not focused on this because it's complicated and it's not their job, right? And right. it's hard material to wrap your head around. And so, they just gaslight the shit out of people.
Exactly.
So it's like a combination of incompetence and malice, right? Because these guys rely on incompetent quote experts, right? In order to carry out their malicious intent to remain in power.
I think it's the Help America Vote Act. I do think it's federal, but I'm not sure if it's one of those where the states have to implement it. But I do think that it's was done federally.
Right. Wow. I don't know.
Well, and and this guy, see, this is what I really like about this particular attorney, the petitioner in this case, is because not only is he, exposing the inconsistencies and discrepancies between what these people are presenting, but he's also pointing out their inherent bias in why there are inconsistencies and discrepancies. And I think that goes to prove the malice behind what they're doing, in my opinion. I wish they would have done that in Eastman's a little bit more, where they picked apart things like, hey, did you write Deconstructing the Deep State? Am I the deep state? I mean, these things are so incredibly crucial to have, if you're, talking to someone and you could show them this and say, look, like, this guy doesn't even believe in the deep state. He said it under oath or whatever,
That's why these are so informative. And like I was saying earlier about what sort of bar you have to reach in order to get the judge to have a finding. All they're doing in Eastman is looking at to see whether or not he should keep his law license, right, or whether or not he should be disbarred, or whatever the consequences are. That's a different thing than what the large, broader issues of what it was he's being accused of. Those hearings, when like the hearing that we're having now with Eastman, will inform all of those hearings to come, because this is their defense, right?
Yes.
I mean, if
Yes.
Eastman is calling the people who wrote the articles, or who did the math, or who he was utilizing to put into the cases that he was presenting, and using some of the, like they tried to bring in some of the depositions that people swore to.
Yep.
All of that information isn't specific just to Eastman. It is the entire plot around what Eastman was trying to do.
Yep.
And what Eastman, and that goes back to, I mean, there's many sort of tentacles to that. But I think, we'll see as we go forward, and as, other hearings begin, or whether indictments come down, or if there are other, hearings for people to testify in, they're going to be a lot different than the one we're seeing now. And I think you're going to see that sort of tearing down. And I think if they are public, and I'm not sure, but I feel like there's a motion before Judge Chutkan. If the Trump case in DC goes forward on television, like if that's televised, we will see that sort of, they have to tear down a lot of this stuff. They will go and say, did you not say this, or did you not say that? And they'll use their own words because they're available, right? I mean, all of their beliefs are available. We can go and read them and watch them say them. That will come out when the stakes are higher, because they have to be.
That was a miscalculation, I think, on the part. There was a lot of, I think the word is hubris, where they just really felt like they could go on the pundit shows, continue to tweet the shit out, and just say it. And I really feel like they will regret that. And there will be, I actually wonder if this, well, I believe that justice is going to help this country kind of come back from the blip a little bit. I do believe that, or at least I hope so. But I think the televising of that Georgia case, thank fucking God. Thank fucking God. Because without being able to see the arguments pulled apart like we are being seen, it is easy for the right-wing media machine. They've already done a perfect job of spinning it. They can answer anything that we throw at them. Their answer is stupid, don't get me wrong, but it works for their base. So here's the other thing. In the Eastman hearing, the name Cheesebro came up quite a bit. So Cheesebro having flipped, I did, is not really great news for John Eastman. So I do have a question, though, for Gal and Joe, which is, what do you think around Eastman? I know we're joking about him flipping, but A, can he flip? Or is he so ham-handed in the pudding, right? Like, so what do you guys think about his actual future? Would he be given the chance to, or I don't even know.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I think, one of the things that I want to always keep in mind here is the humanity of the situation and what these people are going through and what the stresses are like in their life. Like this is his life here, right? I mean, here's a guy who, similar to the guy on the witness stand, he's somebody who people listen to as though they have this authority and this air about them. They're very well respected in the communities that they're in their circles. And I think that these trials can be embarrassing. I think that these trials can be very stressful and difficult for them to deal with. And then you'll have the sort of shame of having somebody, tell you that you can't, perform your profession that you work so hard for anymore. And I think that that's a difficult thing. I also think that there's a financial consideration to a lot of this stuff as well. I mean, like, people flip because, it costs a lot of money for attorney fees and everything else. And I'm just thinking, just imagine, we've been at Eastman trial for 32 days. So that's 32 days that he's paying however many lawyers are helping him with this case. And whatever their fee is, I mean, I don't know if they're billing him hourly, but I mean, it can't be cheap.
It's probably at least $500 an hour for that attorney. The main counsel, the lead counsel, and probably $350 to $450 for co-counsel, and somewhere between $200 and $400 for paralegal an hour.
And
So I mean, billable hours like $8,000 a day in quick math.
Well, Tom Klippenstein is happy to write that check. Or Klingenstein.
Well, that's just it. Depending on what comes out in these hearings, people might start to say, "I'm no longer paying your fees because you're getting other people in trouble, or you're not, it's all coming out or whatever." So I think I kind of sit here and think, does Trump have any idea that Eastman's even having a hearing today? Like, does he have any idea? Or, does he even know that Eric's in a hearing today?
Right.
So that's the other part, is they have to start to think outside of the bubble. Reality's going to hit. Reality's going to hit at some point.
Right. And it's not just, you can't go on the, Claremont Institute talk show and talk your way out of it. And furthermore, here's the other thing, folks. He had about 3 character witnesses brought in on the stand for Eastman, right? Eastman brought in about 3 character witnesses, people who have known him for decades, people who clerked with him in Scalia's, blur, 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 blur. Well, turns out 2 of the 3 of them, when asked directly on cross about whether or not if Eastman were found culpable of the charges in the notice of disciplinary blah, blah complaint, would their opinion change of him? And 2 of the 3 said yes.
Yeah. They'd have to look at
they were also asked if they agreed with him in his analysis of what he was presenting while, quote, representing his client. And many of them did not agree, at least not entirely. And that was really interesting too. Like even John Yoo, I don't think reached a total consensus with what Eastman had presented. And so I think like what Joe said, there is like this, because I'm a very compassionate person, and I think a lot of people get taken advantage of, and things like that. But their livelihoods are going to be the most important things. Their ability to continue receiving an income, and really, I think when it comes down to it, they don't necessarily care what the general public thinks, but should they be embarrassed within their kind of circle is going to really be the question. And it may not, but it's still, it'll be interesting. I think Eastman will flip, and the reason, and I think it will be disappointing actually probably for me, simply because I think he's much more maniacal and malicious and nefarious and just intentionally has just a horrible worldview and horrible people that he has trained and influenced, and vice versa. So I'll be disappointed that he actually doesn't see a true level of punishment that I think would be adequate for his actions and behaviors over decades. Like, I'm not just talking about the 2020 election. This guy has been intricately involved in some of the most inhumane policy decisions of our country, and things that have happened that we've done to other countries. And so I just don't think the punishment could ever fit these people's criminality over time, and so I'm not sure how that will go. But I do think that his freedom and his ability to maintain his kind of stature in his bubble of like his circle of friends is more important to him than winning this, because they will stick by him if he flips, because he can continue to run the same kind of anti-government, deep state talking point. I had to do what I had to do. And I think at this point, I think they're all recognizing that Donald Trump is a liability. And the only thing they can do now is martyr him and find a new king.
Yeah, I think, they're the infrastructure. Like I look at them like the infrastructure is in place. I think, we have to notice and really recognize that the guy who's on the stand in Colorado and John Eastman, they're professors. They're teaching other people how to think
Right.
about the law, how to view it, and have different ideas. There's a debate center, like a almost like a boxing ring, if you will, but a debate center that's been built for people to come and have these kind of discussions so that they can, I kind of look at that and say, that's, looking to see who's going to be the next generation, right? You invite these students and have them debate, and you say, okay, that one can talk, that one can convey information, that one has the belief system, and that one's photogenic, right? So we can bring these people forward for the future. This isn't going to end, right? I mean, we've got to amicus boxing.
We really have to, yes, you're right. We really have to recognize the institutes of mass destruction, as Gal puts it, and others, I'm sure. And just like we have to distill this for the American public. We really fucking do. They need to understand it, and we need to break it down and explain it to them like they're 5.
It's the only way I understand it, to be honest. I mean, I have to look at it in those terms. I have to say, what does this mean, in the grander scheme of things, and how does this little tiny piece fit? But if you don't understand just a little bit of it, you're never going to understand a lot of it. And if the little pieces are tainted with, information, that's just not accurate, or information that's been put
bias,
some sort of
yeah.
lens, that it's just that much harder to overcome,
Right. And this is why media literacy is so important. And this is why the privatization of things like the education system, and talk about indoctrinating, because that is exactly what they have in mind. And it's not even, I'm not even being hyperbolic. Like, they are literally trying to change the way public education operates, privatize it. Same with medical, same with police and security. So,
and intelligence.
And intelligence. Oh my God. Or, yeah.
It's just like, we were looking at the body language earlier, and it's completely different on cross-examination. That's why any witness, I never want to judge a witness until I've heard or seen them on cross-examination, because that's really where it comes out. This is almost like he's not been challenged before. This is his first testimony, or first time on the stand as an expert. They're also kind of being scouted, if you will, right? Are these the people that we need to bring forward to the big hearings? Are these the right witnesses, for us to put on the stand?
Darling Favorito. Please do.
So
Please.
the other part of it is they really can't choose from a huge pool of witnesses, because these are the people, right? I mean, these are the people who were closest to the situation. So you can't choose your witnesses, but in some ways, yes, you have to choose which ones you want to put on and which ones you don't. Even Eastman had some witnesses. They said, we're just not going to put them on.
Yeah, they had to pull. They pulled like 3 of them, including Doug Frank, which was really, really upsetting, because that's my guy. I got to see that guy on the stand.
See, you want him on because you know, right? Because you're aware
how bad he is. Yeah.
But they didn't. Right. So you see something where they say, I'm going to add these couple of guys to my witness list, and then at the end, maybe we shouldn't have some of these people. That might be because they've not yet vetted them completely or fully, or know exactly what they're going to say on the stand.
And see, this is interesting, Joe, because I think that's actually really accurate. I think the whole MAGA ecosystem of election integrity has been that they've bought each other's emperor's new clothes, right? Because they had to, because they could always fall back on the census data if the other thing, you know what I mean? So it's a good point. They don't have to. Oh man, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's what I would add is confirmation bias with incompetent witnesses and malicious intent. That's how I would describe this entire thing.
Yeah.
Is incompetent, quote, experts, and confirmation bias. If your shitty expert says the things you needed to say to further your malicious plan, then you use them, regardless of how incompetent, incredible, or ridiculous they are.
Right.
They confirm what you need to prove out your malicious intent. And that's why I think it's just like, these hearings are so much more important than I think anybody's really. Not many people are giving as much weight to them, and I think they should. This is the part of American society that is lacking, and it's the educational process part, because we just want somebody to tell us what happened today. In that case, we just want somebody to tell us very succinctly, this is what happened. But the problem is that the process matters. Walking this man through his own resume, walking this man through his own sources, step by step, proves out what people actually need to know. And so I just, we've got like such a multi-front war that it's hard to battle on that terrain. And I would say part of the narrative war that can be taken from today is that when kind of the talking points of some of these people, in particular for me, I focus on the fact that these guys came out of the Bush administration, and part of the Trump MAGA base hates the Bush administration. And so I always look for these like little sections where you can drive wedges in these areas, because the problem is they're unified to a fault. They don't care unless you can drive these like little wedges. And I know it's deceptive in some ways, but it's also providing factual information. It's not deceptive by way of lie. It's deceptive, I guess, by way of making sure they know the truth. But
it's manipulating them to see what we need them to see about the other.
Well, it's walking them into their own acknowledgement or conclusion of what was happening to them, which is they are being lied to, they are being deceived. So it's interesting to watch how the spin happens, and how the lack of educational information goes to the people who will grasp it if it were given to them properly.
Yeah, there were so many documents in the Eastman trial where they said that they were going to admit them, not for the purposes of the truth, but for the fact that Eastman may have read them, but not what they were saying were true. And they were coming from all different types of outlets. They were coming from the Epic Times, and I think American Thinker may have been another one of those.
American Thinker, yeah.
But if they're admitting evidence that you relied on to do the work you were supposed to do, and it's not being added to the evidence in the sense that the judge is going to weigh it because it's truthful,
fact, exactly.
It's not good.
And that's most of the documents that I've heard. I mean, just anecdotally, like a lot of the documents, the objections for not accepting it for point of truth has been the norm in that case. I think it's wow.
Well, and so I guess the question then becomes like, how do you break down this kind of complicated conversation into a consumable, understandable plot, right? How do you tell this story to the people who need to know this story in a way that helps them understand that if they don't hold their ground and stop allowing these things to happen, what ultimately the outcome can be? So it's hard. I'm just like, still, where are the leaders? Like, where are the community leaders, the state, local, regional leaders that are having these conversations? Why are town halls not happening to just have these discussions and present these kind of short bite narratives and comprehensive educational conferences about these things. Like, I feel like there has to be some kind of interactive way outside of social media that, you know, that allows people to understand this. And that's what I think we're missing in a big way.
So yeah, that is what I'm hopeful we can correct. I think that, you know, there is the opportunity to start engaging in a manner that isn't judgmental, and it isn't, you know, oh, look how dumb you look, and those kind of things. I think we just have to, I almost can't blame people for ignorance, right? So if you don't know something, right, if you're just simply unaware, I mean, I can't blame you for anything because you just didn't know. But now that you know, now you
Right.
can do better. So what we need to do is and Lolo's, you know, right on this, and this is where we don't need the, you know, you guys are okay. So like I said, you got my background, so I'm going to try and do something here. And I want you guys to be involved in this. I want to build a community as well, just as Lolo has here, in sort of the foundational sense. Like, how can we explain this is how your government works? People think they know, they don't know. Like, I was like, okay, my mother.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Joe.
Like, my
Lay
mother.
the foundation for literacy. Okay, go ahead.
My mother this morning told me, she said, I can't believe that the speaker and Biden are going to get rid of WIC.
What?
I said, what? Like, so we had this conversation, and she said, I didn't know that that's what the speaker's job was, right? So I was kind of like explaining to her what the speaker does. And here's my mother. she should know these things.
Right.
But
right.
she doesn't. So, I mean, you know, if I can explain it to my mother, you know, there's going to be a way that we're going to be able to explain it to other people, because it's the same thing. It's people just have a lack of understanding. They think they know, but they don't. And if they did, things would be different. Like, things would be very different if people actually knew. You know, I think at the end of the day, there are people who are compassionate, and people who are empathetic, and people who can see beyond just the rhetoric that they're being given. If they can find that new information and get it, they'll go, oh, I didn't realize, or I didn't see it that way. And if we can get them to see it that way, you know, just that, you know, on the personal level, nobody's going to walk away from somebody, you know, who's, you know, been in a car accident in front of their house, let's say, right? You hear a big bang, you run out of the house. The first thing you do is you see, is everybody okay? That's not politics. That's just neighbors. That's just people knowing each other and being part of a society. You don't have to tell somebody, you know, to run out of the house and go, you know, you're a Marxist for getting in that car accident. Nobody ever says that. So if we can touch them, if we can reach people on that level, things can change.
Yeah, and in order to do that too, those types of people, you have to have a group of informed people who are also willing to listen to the ideas of the people that don't know anything, right? And that sounds kind of like, that's a really simple way of putting it, and that's hard to do. I mean, it's very hard to listen to people say stupid shit. It really is. And go, really, how can you actually fucking believe that? It's so frustrating, right? So it takes a level of compassion and desire to see better in just society in general. Sometimes you got to put aside all that and just listen to these people, because they really want to be heard, and this is their idea of participation is what they're doing. And so allowing them to participate in the conversation, even when sometimes their ideas are offensive or difficult or stupid, is important, because there's no opportunity to insert information that may adjust that thinking if you don't hear them. And so when you have this polarized society where people are in their echo chambers and they're not hearing these things. And I'm not talking about like a Mario Nafal space where we all debate dumb shit and propaganda. I'm talking about like just in-person town hall conversations where people are less inclined to hide behind their screens and be mean and cruel and have to actually look the person in the face that they're calling a communist Marxist or the devil or a demon or whatever. And so those are the interactions that have to be happening on a local level more frequently in order for the national conversation to even start changing. That's what I think.
And we don't need pundits. We need teachers, right? I mean, we don't need people
right.
to spit back what they think is the thing that's going to get the most clicks or whatever. Like, who cares? What is the right? What's the message? What's what needs to be taught?
Yeah, you need more humanitarians.
Yeah.
Let's call them, right? People who are willing to go into difficult and dangerous or whatever situations and be there, whatever it means.
Think about it as us, right? If I am going into a space like Mario Nafal's, if I go into Mario Nafal's, first of all, I won't get a speaker spot. But if I did get a speaker spot, I know, for example, I was just on with that stupid kid, Josh Merrick from Mike Lindell's shit. I was in a space with him and I could not stop screaming at him. And I'll be honest, I wasn't actually happy with myself, because it's not that I want to, or that I think I'm going to hear something. I was just so focused on getting my revenge and my anger out over the last 3 years at that particular person that I let it happen. But here's the thing. Everyone wants to be treated as if they are coming to the table and not being patronized, right? And so while I agree with you, Max, I am into the shunning and the shaming, I also want to find that space and place where we can just agree that maybe we're humans and we start on the human level and then we go, I'm forcing myself to do that because frankly, we have no choice. There are people who have different ideological worldviews than we do. And I want to help them find the empathy to allow other people to have the rights and for them to understand that it's not a threat to them. But I'm not there yet and they're not there yet. But we have to, that's why to me, the facts and the way that we, or that anyone can say, this is the narrative arc of how we got here and how do we now collectively get out? And first we have to agree that we're in the same place, right? So that's going to be the tough part.
Right.
I believe we can get there. Anyway, I have a really incredible, I have to go to an appointment that is at 12:30 Pacific time, and it's about 40 minutes away. So I'm going to leave the stream up. Actually, what I'll do is I'll wait until they come back.
You want to come back, or we can just pop it back up when you get back?
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll
fine.
be back in a couple of in an hour or so, a couple hours, and then I'll pop it back up. And if you guys can join, oh my God, I just love having you. Oh, I'm so lucky that you guys came, Joe and Gal. Oh my God,
I love talking to Joe. He just is he can just articulate so many things that sometimes are frustrating to talk about. It's hard, and also just a quick mention of shutting people. I think you also have to be okay acknowledging that there are some people that it's okay to not talk to and to shun. And I think because I want to look at it in a, not as just a one group situation, not an out group, in group thing. There are people that are telling these people lies. I don't want to go and try and have a heart-to-heart with Steve Bannon, okay? I don't want to go have a heart-to-heart with these influencers who are manipulating these people. I want to talk to the people who are listening to them, right? I'm not going to waste my time. The victims, exactly right, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, so just quickly, we're not saying be nice to everybody and try and engage in these kind of really compassionate, empathetic conversations with anybody and everybody. It's very strategic to where it's the people who have been seeking out information because they've wanted to contribute to the society that they live in, and they've been misguided on how to best add value to it, right? And so when we talk to those people who care about their neighbors and think they're doing the right thing because they've been misled, those are the people we want to reach, not the people who are lying to them. Because the less people that are watching the people lying, the more compassionate and unified as a society we are, and the easier it is for us to rid them of this kind of majesty that we can have freedom and free thought and all of these different ideas that can be debated and you know and what is the word I'm looking for? What is the fucking word? Oh my gosh, starts with a C. Like where I'll take some of your things and you'll take some of mine and compromise. Damn it. Man, that would have been so well if I had remembered that word, but you know what I meant. Okay. Anyways, yeah, let's pick it back up later. I really want to see Tim Heaphy. I think his testimony is interesting that he's coming on the Trump side of things. So I'm really interested to see. I think they're probably going to focus on the security at the Capitol and what he found, and that to try and deflect from the accountability of Trump and the others. I think they want to blame it on, the Capitol Police Board, and all of the, that kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see the cross-examination on that. But anyways, I hope we do that a little bit later today.
All right, I'm going to actually leave the stream up, and everyone can just leave and then come back, so you won't have to search, and then I'll pull up. Oh, this is great. Thank you guys so much. Oh my gosh, I just really feel honored that you came up today.
Okay, well, I'm going to hop off and go grocery shopping. So you can, if you want to close it down and then just message me when we go back up.
Okay, great. I'll do that. I'll shut it down. We're gonna close it out. Thank you. The chat, amazing always. See you in a couple hours. Love you. Bye.